Hey, everybody, Monday, and my guest, Elliot Scheiner. Hi, Elliot.
Hi, how are you?
I'm good. Thank you so much for being here. We were so busy chatting in the green room that we almost forgot to do the show,
That's true.
which I
Quite a
think is
green room.
which is great. So you are coming to us from your home studio,
I am.
and you've had that room for a long time now, right?
Yeah, I've had it since '05.
Oh, five, right.
Yeah,
And this is where you do most of your 5-1 stuff, right?
correct. Not to
Excellent.
say that I wouldn't prefer to be in a studio
Right.
doing it commercially, but it's nobody pays.
This is true. This is why we all have studios at home.
Yeah,
So,
yeah.
but look, we had to start at the very beginning because that's where we always start on this program or webcast
Okay.
or podcast thing. And your very early years are a little hard to find. Most people I've like come up with the name of a high school band they were in or whatever, but I don't get to you until you actually go interview for your first gig. But I'd love to know, just growing up, what sort of involvement you had in music. So I know you had an uncle who was pretty influential, but
Yes.
just the whole thing to figure out like making records was actually a thing that people did.
Yeah. For me, uh, I learned how to play drums when I was about 13. And I also played vibes. I did some classical work. And that from that moment on, that was all I wanted to do. And the whole idea of becoming a musician. And when the Beatles came out, it was like, I wanted to be one of them. So
Right.
it was all about playing. And I was in a few bands and it was really tough. I did a few sideline bands where I was out on the road. One of my first gigs was being on the road with Little Anthony and the Imperials and uh, the Ronettes and Ruby and the Romantics. It was an old R&B tour, and it was constant. It was every day. There were no
Right.
breaks, and it was a lot of traveling. And well, this is not going to work. And I went to school. I wanted to know about electronics. I wanted to become an engineer, and that happened when I listened to Sergeant Pepper's,
Right.
and I saw Jeff Emerick's name, and I wanted to be Jeff. I didn't care about the Beatles anymore. I wanted to be Jeff.
Really? So that quickly? And was
Yeah.
it because you realized how much of that record was made in the studio as opposed to just being the band playing, or
No, I mean, I assumed because I had been in the studio before. My uncle brought me up to A&R in New York, and me and a couple of friends just hung out and watched the session being done. And I was amazed. We were in the control room and just there were 40 guys in the studio, and just watching the relationship between the musicians, the conductor, and Phil.
right?
It was amazing. And that's all I thought about from that moment on.
Right. Right. That's really amazing. And so, first of all, I got to say, just because if I don't bring this up now, I might forget. So, we get
Okay.
playlists from everybody. We get what we call the inspiration playlist and the perspiration playlist.
Yeah.
Your perspiration playlist is everybody else's inspiration playlist, just so you know. Like, so many of the songs you've worked on that we're going to talk about today are on other people's lists of the, man, I wish I'd done that, or I love that. And it's just absolutely incredible. So I think you've come as close to being Jeff as anybody on the planet who
Mm,
isn't named Jeff, basically.
yeah. He was pretty amazing.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. But yeah, the list is, it's insane. So all right, we've got the sort of spark was going to see your uncle Chauncey recording with Phil Ramone producing. And
Correct.
so what was the conversation like that led to him actually getting you an interview at A&R then?
It was after that R&B tour I did, and I just couldn't deal with it. And I called my uncle. I said, I'd really like to learn how to be an engineer. And there were no schools, there were no place to really learn that. You had to get a gig and have a mentor. And he said, meet me in the city. I lived in Brooklyn at the time. And I went up there, met him, and he took me up to A&R, introduced me to Phil. And Phil, I guess, had known why I was there. And I went off, had an interview with Phil, and he said, "Can you start now?" And I was blown away that he even thought like that. And I said, "Yeah, I can. I can start now." And
What was the
that
rest of the interview like, though? I mean, like what? Because that's a pretty good reaction. So you interview well, apparently.
you got to remember that the time period, this was 67, and it was hippie time. And I came walking in with a very wide collared shirt with apple seeds hanging from my neck. And all Phil kept staring at was the apple seeds. And he finally said, "Where did you get those?" And I told him the name of the store down in the village. And he said, "Wow, could you get me one?" I said, "Yeah, of course." And that's when he offered me the job.
I don't even know what to say to that. That's incredible. And it did you think like, oh man, I should have given him mine? Or you're like, no, those are mine and I'm gonna go get him some.
No, he couldn't have mine. And the attitude in studios at that point was during the day, Phil himself, he wore a suit. He wore a
Yeah.
jacket and tie because they did jingles during the day and records at night. And I was in jeans. And I stayed that day, I was in jeans. And as I was introduced to everybody, "Why are you in jeans?" And all of a sudden, everybody at the studio started coming in jeans.
Wow.
Not the engineers, but like the film guys and mastering guys and the seconds. I think about a second dressing up in a jacket to get on the floor and move wires. And, that was absurd to me, but they accepted it.
Wow. So you were kind of the cultural sea change.
At A&R I was.
Yeah. Well, that's what I mean.
Yeah.
That's pretty heavy. So did you ever get him the apple seeds? That's the first
Oh,
question.
yeah, I did. And it
And did you
was,
guys have a deal not to wear them on the same day or
no, no, he didn't do that. But every time I came in with some, a bracelet or something, he'd say, "Where'd you get that?" And I knew I had to get him one.
Wow. That's really funny. So you were the reason Phil was hip.
Say again?
You're the reason Phil was hip.
Uh, he looked hip in
Yeah.
a suit jacket.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, can you give us a sense of where, because obviously, I mean, Phil, he's on the Mount Rushmore of record makers, but where was he in his career at that point? Because this is, I mean, I'm making fun of the sea change, but it was a sea change. I mean, the Beatles changed everything about making records overnight in the
I agree.
States. And
I
I'd
agree.
love to get a sense of like what, because you still have the jingles going on during the day, but so where was Phil at? And then how did you slot into the actual record making? Did you start off in the control room or what did you start off doing?
I was seconding for Phil on all of his dates. And he was doing jingles during the day or sometimes just the morning, going to record dates at 2 or 6. And I remember in the first year I was working, he was doing a Procol Harum date. And, he would go. To me, it was like, how he's doing all these great bands. And he would do a movie or two. And then at night, people would drive by to see him. Now, none of your listeners are going to know this, but do you remember Senator Everett Dirksen?
I remember the name. I don't remember
Yeah, I
anything
mean,
about him.
he would drop in. Natalie Wood would drop in. Uh,
Wow.
Ethel Kennedy would show up. All these people that he was friends with would just show up and hang out. So
Wow.
the nighttime dates were all record dates. There was never anything at night for jingles.
Right. And so he was, I mean, it sounds like, a French salon or something. Like he was the hub of cultural and, well, not even just cultural people, but like who's who in New York, basically.
At that time, yeah. People, this was before Rick had planned, before media, and people would come to A&R because they'd heard that it was the best sounding room. And it was. It was a great sounding room.
So how did you slot into assisting on day one, having never been in the studio other than hanging out on a session?
And that was Phil. He wanted me around, probably because of the apple seeds.
So, I mean, was he actively teaching you stuff? Because, I mean, he's
Yeah.
really, so
Yeah.
like showing you the patch bay kind of thing. Not that it would have
Yep.
been much of a patch bay, but still.
Showed me the patch bay. There were the two prongs, and you couldn't go into very much because the console in that room was originally a 3-track console, and it was used for broadcasting. They brought it in when they built this room, and there was 4-track now. So how do you get to the 4th track? So he had a little Ampex mixer with 5 inputs, and that was going to the 4th track.
Wow.
Yeah. To me, I didn't know any better. So to me, it was like, this is fabulous. Whatever you're doing is great.
So these big jingle dates would be like 8 microphones. Or did you have other mixers?
No. Phil covered everything. The guitars had their own mics.
Right. Okay.
Drums, I remember for drums, Phil was using 666 for the bass drum and a 251 as an overhead, and that was it. Nothing else.
And what a great pair of microphones too.
Yeah. Yeah, and so piano had one mic. I think it was a C52 or something. I can't remember, but it was stuck into the second hole on the sound column. It was actually in the hole.
Right.
All the horns. If there were 3 or 4 horns, they had one mic. They were sitting in circles. The only thing that he led me wrong with was recording strings. And he had multiple mics for violins. And they'd be fussing, the violinists would be fussing about, well, this mic has to be closer to me, it has to be down more. And the string sound was always horrible. But the rhythm section was always great. And a lot of the dates he would do were 4-track dates. And I remember a Dionne Warwick date where she was in one booth and the background singers were in another. And the band was in the room. Burt Bacharach was conducting the band. And my life had come true, just to see all this and be privy to what Phil does. And Phil would say, don't ask me anything during the day. After the day, I'll tell you whatever you want.
Right.
And it was a fact. I could ask him anything, and he was always honest.
That's amazing. So do you remember what that first day's session was?
It was part of a movie that Peter Yarrow was doing about Woodstock.
Right.
I don't remember the name.
Amazing. And so I'm assuming the first day you just did a lot of sitting, but still.
There was a second in there, and he taught me how to operate. Phil would do, he had 4 chambers in every room, 140s, and they were hooked up to a 4-track reverb. They went from the reverb, went from the machine to the reverb, and but they had to be rewound. And you had to pick a time when you had time to rewind it. And this other segment saying, okay, you got 2 minutes now to rewind this. And that was my whole day. I rewound
Right.
the tape on the reverb.
And that's extravagance at that point, having a 4-track machine just for pre-delay.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah. God, that's amazing. And to just dump in. Do you know, I mean, had someone just been fired or left, or was it just incredible timing, or was it just he thought this kid's going to be good?
No, I don't think he thought that, but he had a lot of people working there. And one guy was just got his called to the Army.
Oh, right, right.
And so I sort of took his place. He came back a few weeks later. He didn't qualify, but he wouldn't fire anybody unless they did something really bad.
Right, right. It's amazing. And I mean, in the parade of people who must have gone through their recording must have just been insane.
When I came that same week, Shelley Yakis came there as well. And I think Bob Ludwig was there about 3 months. So we were all just starting.
Wow.
At A&R. Yeah.
And Bob started as an engineer then?
No, I think the first couple of weeks he was.
Right.
And I don't know if it was Bob's idea or Phil's idea, but he went into mastering.
Right.
And some guys would come and they'd start as a second, and Phil would say, you'd be great in the film room, because all the movie dates had film running.
Right.
And so there were guys who became mastering engineers, mono mastering engineers. So there was a place for everybody there.
Yeah, well, and it worked out okay for Bob, I think. Pretty much.
Real good.
So what was the first time you were actually engineering then? Because I know there was a Jimmy Smith session that you got.
That was it.
That was the first one.
Yeah.
So do you want to talk about that?
Yeah. I was doing Jimmy with Phil at night. We were doing 7:00 dates, and it was only like 5 or 6 pieces. And I was setting up the mics for him, and Jimmy liked it. The whole thing was really successful. He liked playing in that room. And on the Thursday night, it's 7:15, and I can't find Phil. Don't know where he is. I look at his office. He's nowhere. And about 5:07, he said, look, he called up and said, I can't make it tonight. And I sat there dumbfounded, said, well, is somebody else coming? And he said, no, you're going to do this. And I was, I can't do this. He said, yeah, you can do it. I'll see you in the morning. And he hung up, and I went and sat at the console and knew what he was doing. And basically he did the same thing. I told Jimmy that Phil couldn't make it tonight, so I'm doing the date. And he was okay with that. And I saw him the next morning. He said, "How'd it go?" I said, "It was fine. You know, it worked out.
And there
Thanks
you
for the
go.
opportunity." Yeah. And I knew he was bullshitting me. You know, it wasn't about, he actually gave me the opportunity to do this. And that's what he'd do. He'd say to a guy that he was working with, you know, "Okay, it's time for you to move on."
And how long had you
And
been there at that point?
I'd been there 6 months.
Right.
You know, the whole premise back then was knowing what mics to use, where to place them, where to see the musicians. Uh, you couldn't EQ, you couldn't compress. You know, none of that was there. There was a 670 on the wall, the two Fairchilds, and there were two Pultec EQP 1As, and that was it. You know, and you had to be really wise about what you used it on. You know, so I never used it, and neither did anybody else. You know, Phil would say, you know, you don't have to use the limiter to write a vocal. You can do that with your hand. Learn the song. Just learn where it is and learn what it's going to be, and use your hands to ride that vocal. And he was so right about that. You know, and I got to believe that a lot of guys today, a lot of the young guys don't even think about that. You can do it.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, it's a big thing. I also love that this seems to be a theme with New York mentors, is that the way to throw people into the deep end is just to not show up for a session. Because Tony Bon Jovi's done that to a couple people I've
Oh,
interviewed.
is that
Yeah,
right?
just like, yeah, I'm not coming. Or something like, I'm going to go get a sandwich and then be gone for 4 hours or something. So, but it works. It works. And
Uh,
did that kind of start you off like then you were engineering more and more, or was it like a
yeah,
little bit of a one off? Or
I did the next day for Phil as a second, and he told the office that day, start booking him.
right?
And that's how it worked.
That's amazing. Well, so you really quickly get into some pretty serious records, like well, the Guess Who in
Yes.
'68,
Yeah.
right? That's pretty badass. But I think the first like gigantic one is Moondance, the Van Morrison
Yeah, it
record.
was.
I'd love to hear about that.
Uh, it's hard to remember a lot, but he would come in with the band every day. We were in a newer studio that A&R had built over on 48th Street. And it was bass, drums, Van's guitar, another guitar player, piano, and Rhodes, and three saxes, I think, and some background vocals. And everything was live.
Right.
Or he tried to make everything live. He would find out after the fact that, oh, he needed this. You know, he'd overdub vocals on it or redo his vocals. But most of the time, it was live. And I don't know if there was, Van and I were, I wouldn't call us great friends, but you know, we got along well, and I understood who he was and what it was about for him. And I got to say, for a white guy, he was one of the best singers ever. And we did a bunch of dates. I wasn't the only guy on Moondance. Shelley did a couple of things, and this guy Steve Friedman did one song as well. And but I was now after those guys, and Van wanted to stick with me. And I knew all the musicians in the band, and it worked out great. when it came down to mixing, it was right before Woodstock. And he said, I want you to mix the record. I'm not going to be there for it. I'm going to hang with a couple of friends at Woodstock. I just want to leave my wife right now. You can mix it, send me tape copies. So I mixed the record in about a week, and the drummer was there with me. His name, little blank, but his drummer was there with me at the time and just made comments on certain things, and it worked out great. He was great. I had a good time. It was an 8-track console. There were big rotary faders, and only 5 had some form of EQ. And it was great. It was really all about finding the balance. As Al Schmidt would always say, just find the balance. And, it'll work out. You don't have to use anything. And it did. His stuff, everybody playing together, it was so wonderful to hear how guys and they were pretty arranged, but every now and then a guy would throw something in there. You go, wow, it was amazing. And, the bass player would go, oh, really? And put something in,
Right.
and it was such great fun to do. Yeah.
And was that cut to 4-track or?
It was cut to 8-track.
To 8-track. Okay.
Yeah.
Right. And when you say that you knew what he was going for, like how would you characterize that?
He was, I don't know how I would characterize him as to what the music was, but he was a Woodstock guy, and he was up there with the band and Dylan and all these guys that, where do you classify that at this point? Was it folk music? Maybe. I don't know. But he wanted an honest performance from the band, and he wanted them to play it live. And that's what the concentration was, to getting these people playing live. And if they needed something, my job was to take care of what they needed. Like at the beginning of the day, we were set up pretty much that for the first week. The guys came in on Monday and we got sounds, but it was also getting them to like the sounds. So like the drummer came in, we got sounds, and I said, why don't you come in and listen to this, and he felt more of a part of it than what used to happen.
Right.
Where a guy would come in, he'd play drums, and he never got to hear his drums at the beginning, but now everybody got to hear what they were doing. And so we all got together on this, and it was like we were one big family for the making of this record. And it was a great thing for me. So I ended up mixing the record. I sent Van the tapes, and he had no changes. He loved it. He said, master it. And at this point, Bob had left. He went to Masterdisk and started working there. So there was another guy there who mastered the record, and I was used to Bob mastering stuff. So it was a newfound experience.
Right. It's pretty amazing. So were they were you able to stay set up in this
Yes.
room? So this
Yeah.
wasn't, they could lock out in that room, which
Yeah.
is practically unheard of at that time.
Yeah, but A&R at the time had 1, 2, 3, 4 record rooms and 2 mix rooms.
Right.
So they were covered, and the way that it worked out, like Van would book an 11 o'clock session and a 3 o'clock session and then a 7 o'clock session. You couldn't do anymore.
Right.
Even if he didn't use nighttime, they couldn't book it.
Right. Right. Because I know there were a lot of studios at that point that refused to do a lockout. Absolutely refused.
A&R always did.
And that's a fine thing for those of us who don't want to set everything up every single day.
Right. Or take it down.
Yeah. So, all right, the very next year, you almost got to work with the Beatle.
Yes.
But you had to turn it down because you were booked, right? I will let you tell the story because it's your story.
This album booked in 6 months before that. And it was a room in the new building, and it was Paul. And I went there the first day. You can't imagine the excitement I had. I'm going to be working with the Beatle on his own record. And I sat there for about 3 hours in this room, and I called the office. I said, Paul's not here. What's going on? And they said, well, he's a star. No kidding. So I sat there most of the day, and I said, really, you need to make a call about this. And they've forgotten that they booked the studio. And so the dates were canceled. And the way it came about 6 months later is I got a call to do an Australian artist for Apple. And it was a guy named Jackie Lomax. And it was fine with me. It was okay. I didn't know the guy, didn't know his music, but everything was new. That same week, Paul booked his session, and I couldn't get out of doing it. Paul said, well, no, he's working with Jackie. Jackie's an artist on the label, so he should stay there. So a second, this was Phil, had a second do Paul's project. Yeah. No, it was great for him.
Yeah,
Did a great job. He got to experiment with Paul, doing things like taking a guitar sound that he wanted, taking the amplifier, a super, putting it on a stool with an open piano in front, facing the piano, the amp on a wedge facing the piano. And the mic was on the piano strings, and he was looking to get a vibration from the piano strings, which I said, oh my God, what is that? I just thought it was, he learned a lot, had a great time. We were all friends, and nobody really minded. I just minded that I wasn't working with him.
So how'd that Jackie Lomax record turn out?
It turned out great. It was a good record, but I would have rather been the other one.
Yeah, I can understand that.
Yeah.
So about this time, now it's very hard to unpick your credits because you've done so much surround mixing of records that had already come out that your name's on things and I don't know for sure. So if I say something, you're like, well, nope, I just did the surround, and there you go.
Right. In a lot of cases, I put down the surround because they were eye-opening experiences.
Yeah, but like the internet doesn't know the difference. You know, it's
Yeah, that's true. Yeah.
it's a bit ridiculous. But in '73, Barry Manilow's first record, and you're credited as an engineer on that. Now, did you actually work on that or not? Or yeah,
Yeah, I did. Uh, can we move on?
yeah, we can move on. We've both worked
Okay.
with Barry Manilow. I think that's all we need to
Oh,
say.
you did?
Yeah. I mixed a record for him. It was
And
And it was interesting because a friend of mine was producing it, and I said that, you know, I came off of the Audio Slave record to work on it. Like, it was a really bizarre thing. And
wow.
we started it on September 4th, 2011.
Wow.
So, no, sorry, 2001. So we had to take time off when they flew the planes into the trade center. So it was a really weird time, whatever. But I just told him that, look, I will do this, but I don't do what what he would normally get. And if you're okay with that, then be great. And I think in some ways, Barry still loves what I did because I distorted his vocal. We did the crazy auto-tune thing. I reamped an entire song into the live room and recorded it back on 2 mics. And so sometimes he loves it and sometimes I think he probably hates it. But yeah.
Yeah, I knew Barry he was a jingle arranger.
One of the best too.
Yeah, and that's where I knew him from. He did a lot of jingles for one of my clients. And one day he came to me, he said, I'm doing a record. And I knew the producer as well. And he said, would you work on it? And I did. And it was all at night, usually 3 or 4 hours at night. And he'd go back to arranging jingles. And I don't think he had much hope for it. But, and what happened? That was his first record. And when Clive heard the record, he didn't want to release it because he didn't select any of the songs. And the second record came out and it was called Barry Manilow 2. And he had a couple of hits off that. And then they went back to 1 and released it after 2. And I think he had 1 hit on there.
Right.
But I got to say, after that time period, I never saw the guy ever again.
Right.
So,
fair enough.
yeah.
But he wrote some iconic jingles.
Yeah, he did.
He did the State Farm one. He did
And McDonald's.
McDonald's. He did the I'm stuck on Band-Aids because Band-Aids are stuck on me. I'm pretty sure that's one of his. Like his sense of earworm melody is unmatched. Like his stuff will get stuck in your head like nothing else.
Yeah.
It's pretty amazing.
Yeah.
So when did you transition out of working exclusively at A&R? Because it didn't take that long, did it?
No. And I think it was 73. I realized, as the older guys were leaving, they'd look at their profit sharing plan. And after, being there for 10 years or more, they had nothing. And they weren't making that much. Like the average salary for an engineer at a studio from when I was there, 67 to 73, they were making between $8,000 and $1,000 a week. I started there at $65 a week.
Right.
But Phil was good to you in a sense that if you worked 8 hours every day and you get your $65, but if you had to work later, you got paid hourly and you got paid double time for all the hourly. I was doing a film with Phil at the beginning. And at one point we went 72 hours. And so I got the initial 8 hours. Everything till the next morning was double time. Everything after that was triple time. So, I made more than 10 weeks worth of $65, and he was great about that. But the idea in my head that I could go on doing this and never make any money.
Right.
And I talked to some clients and I said, look, if I weren't here, would you come where I was? And a lot of people said, absolutely. And I went to the studio and said, look, I want to change the operating procedure here. I don't want to work for salary and a profit sharing fund that gives me maybe, $500 to $1,000 a year. And they said, well, what do you want? I said, I want a piece. I want a percentage of what I do. So like if the studio is booking for 120 an hour, I want 15% of that. No, I want 20%. And I want 20% of the tape, and I want 20% of rentals. And they said, no, that's not going to happen. I said, well, I'm leaving. I quit right now. And Phil, at this point, sold his portion of A&R to another engineer, one of the guys, and a business guy. And they were all there together when I started. And so I had a bunch of people in the studio with me. I told the jingle people I work with that I wouldn't be working there anymore, but that they're not loyal in that respect. But I had a couple of record projects, one being Ashford and Simpson.
Right.
And I told Valerie that I wasn't going to be there anymore. And she called up the studio and canceled 5 weeks at a time.
Wow.
And all of a sudden they started to think, well, what are we losing here? How are we going to gain this back? And so they called me up and they said, let's have a talk about this. And they said, we can't pay you 20%. We just can't do that. So they agreed to 15% of time and 15% of rentals. And I went from making $1,000 a week. In the first week, I made $6,000. And they wanted to think about it again. This is not working out, but they stuck to it. And I was freelance, so I wasn't under the employee's studio. I had no more health care. I didn't have a wonderful profit sharing plan. And but here I was doing something that nobody else was doing in New York. And after I did it, a lot of people decided this is the way to go.
And did you start working at other studios right away, or?
Not right away. My loyalty was still to A&R, but I did work at a couple of places, none that I found great or attractive or wanted to be in. And I went to the power station to work the first week. And I hope Tony's not on here now. But, Tony was always great. But, I was working in a room that had a Neve in it. And I was getting noise through one of the faders. And I made the mistake of lifting up the EQ and putting it back in. And as I put it back in, their tech guy came in. And it was a jingle client. And fader was fine, But this guy started screaming at me, you know, just went bananas on me. And, I didn't realize, you could do that at A&R. You could do that, saving the tech guy from coming in, they love that
Yeah.
if you know what to do. And he found this very objectionable. So when I left there, I decided not to go back there for a long time.
Right.
But I
It's
was working at other studios. And
it's
that's when other guys want to know, how are you doing this? And I explained the whole situation. I said, here's what I made. Here's what I'm making now. You can't do this.
right. It's amazing the overlap we're getting, because we've talked to Bob Clearmountain and talked to Ed Stasium, so a lot of the Power Station crew from very early, and
Yeah.
the whole picture starts to come in there, because I think that was a big move to try and open up the business model. But again, Power Station, no lockouts. They're doing Springsteen records, setting up every day.
Yeah.
So it's crazy, really.
Yeah, well, there's a bunch of business guys running Power Station. Tony built it and Tony wanted to run it, but there were also partners.
Yeah.
And, that's probably why that happened.
So what were some of your other studios that you did like around New York at the time?
I did like media.
Mm-hmm.
I did like Columbia 52. And what else was there? I'd never worked at the record plant because it got to be, Phil still did most of his work at A&R. Everything he did was the A&R. And you wouldn't want to tell Phil you did the record plant, because everybody that was at A&R left to go to the record plant. Royce Collar was an engineer, and he started the record plant there. And it was Shelly Yakus, Jay Messina, a couple of seconds. Everybody had gone over there. And Phil was just really pissed off. And so I didn't want to get to that frame of mind with Phil.
Right.
Phil gave me my start. He taught me everything, and I never had to be afraid to ask him anything of any magnitude, and he would be there.
Right.
So I couldn't do that.
Was Columbia 52, did that turn into the Sony studios on 52nd?
No.
Is it separate?
No. Columbia 52nd was on 52nd Street, and it was between 5th and 6th.
Oh, right.
Lexington or something. It was a nice room. That was their whole recording facility, except they had a studio, I think, on 30th Street and Lex, which was a classical studio.
It's amazing how many studios were on 52nd then, because Hit Factory, Sony, and then obviously 51st was Power Station, right?
Yes, 53rd was Power Station.
Okay.
54th was Hit
54th.
Factory, Sony.
Yeah. Okay. I'm off by 2 blocks.
Yeah, that's a lot in New York.
Yes, well, especially in that neighborhood.
Yeah.
Yeah, getting over to 10th Avenue. Okay, so in 76, you hook up with Steely Dan for the first time. So this is their 4th record for Royal Scam. But so how did this come about? And because obviously from then on, you're a huge part of that group.
Well, they had been working with Roger Nichols for that whole time period before. I knew Walter and Donald when they were studio guys for Jay and the Americans. I did a couple of Jay and the Americans records, and one of them, Donald and Walter, did the charts and actually were in the band.
Right.
And we did that, and they moved out, and Gary was with Jay and the Americans, Gary Katz. And Gary talked Donald Walter into moving out. Gary moved out to LA, took a job with ABC Dunhill. And he always had Donald Walter in his mind. They should come out here and write, not play, write for certain artists. And they moved out and did that and hated it. They didn't want to write. Wanted to have a band, and they formed a band, and that's what led to them making that first record. And in '76, they'd heard a record that I had done with Felix Cavalier, who was the organist and singer sometimes from the Young Rascals. And they heard the record and loved the sound of the record. And Gary called me and said, would you come out here and do tracks for Steely? And I was like, wow, of course. Tell me about it. And Gary says, it'll probably take a month, maybe 2 months, and we'll be done. And I said, okay. And they got me a plane ticket, first class.
Very nice.
I get to the airport. There's a Mercedes waiting for me, a convertible. And they put me up at the Beverly Hills Hotel. Wow, is this how it goes? And so I stayed there, went to the first date 2 days later, had a meeting with the three of them the night before at Cantor's, and then walked into what was the name of that studio? I forget the name. It was on Lancashire. It wasn't Sinead's place. It was right next door.
Oh, Larrabee. But was it Larrabee then? I mean,
no.
that is the building that's Larrabee North now. But it was something.
Right.
It was when Georgie Moroder was there, and
that's studio. Yeah. So we went in there and we started recording tracks, and Jamie Jamerson came in to play bass, and I think it was I forget his name. The guy who went to was playing with Clapton. He went into an insane asylum. He killed his mother, and
a name is not going to come.
Yeah, I can't remember. It was a bunch of great musicians, Larry Carlton, and we played tracks first night and didn't get it. We'll start early tomorrow. Maybe we'll get this. And Walter brought in Magnaplanar speakers for me to listen to. And I'd never heard them before. And I said, no, I can't get used to this. So we changed over and we got a track, and that was a Monday and Tuesday. And then they canceled Wednesday, Thursday. So never being to LA before, not knowing anyone, I was in my hotel at the Beverly Hills, where I was way too young to be with any of the people that came in there, had no friends, so I didn't know what to do with myself. They booked Friday. We worked. They had the weekends off. And literally for about a month, half the dates were canceled, and I was stuck there with nothing to do. And finally, Gary calls me up on a Monday morning, 5 weeks after I've been there, and he says, we're canceling today. I said, okay. I hung up the phone, changed my airline ticket, and left, never calling either one of them.
Wow.
Never. Oh, wait. we had gone to New York before. Part of the date started in New York. We did a bunch of tracks with New York musicians and then to LA.
Okay.
And that's where that happened. I just left at that point, didn't say anything to Donald, Walter, or Gary, and nobody called me. I said, pretty weird. And I didn't hear from him for at least a year and a half or 2 years. And they had started on Asia.
Well, wait. So you left and they like called the hotel sometime and said, "All right, get down here." And they said, "Oh, I'm sorry, he's checked out." And that was it? Like, "Oh, I guess he quit."
As far as I know, but I did make a huge mistake on the New York tracks. That was 16 track. And we had heard about this new device called the Elco. And what you could do is run another 16 with your original 16, run a Q mix onto the 16. They could use that as a track to play to, and they could do all their overdubs on that. So we did that. The thing is that their original tracks were edited. And we didn't know enough, and I didn't listen back to the Q mix. I just did the Q mix and put it on there and never listened to it. When they did their overdubs on one of the tracks, they put it up with the original. It wouldn't hold. The Elco didn't like to see edits. So when it saw edits, it would drop out on the new tape. So it would never lock up. And to this day, George claims there's a way to do it. So I trust George, and he's probably right. But you could get those in sync. Elco went away, and they were so angry at me, for coming up with this method. They didn't want to use 24 track. They wanted to have two 16s, and it made a lot of sense to me. But who knew about the Elco? So they were pretty pissed off. They eventually ended up putting the tapes on a 24 track, and they hated going to a safety and making that the master. They didn't like going to generation. So
Right.
I never heard from after that. And I guess they called the hotel and said, "Oh, he's not here anymore." So, and I returned the car. So they had a figure I couldn't take it.
I mean, it is one way to tell him, I suppose.
Yeah, and I kind of think they might have been used to that.
Yeah. Well, it's got to be a pretty difficult way to work, just never
Yeah.
knowing what's going on, especially if you don't live there.
Yeah.
That's
And,
crazy.
the one good thing about when I went out there for that, because Roger was in New York when we did New York tracks, and Roger met me at the airport, and he said, "No, I just want to drive you to the hotel and make sure you're okay." And we go down to get his car, and are you into cars?
Not as much as I should be for this next story, but go
Okay.
ahead.
He had a Di Tommaso, really serious race car. And he picked me up in that, and we went up the 405 to Sunset. And on the 405, he had to do 110 miles an hour. And I was sitting there holding on, thinking I was in a video game. And Raj was laughing the entire time.
He liked his
But
cars.
he did like his cars. And
Man.
he was a great guy.
Now, there's also a little something about a song called Haitian Divorce, which I
Ah,
think is it's
there it
it's
is.
pretty hilarious.
During the New York recording, when we were booked for 3 weeks, and I told them in the second week I needed to uh, go to Haiti for a divorce. And Donald Walter looked at me like, what are you talking about? I said, well, I'm getting divorced. And my accountant said it would be better for you if you got divorced before the end of the year. This was October. And I was actually making a lot of money on Steely because they rented so much gear. So I told them, and they said, okay, whatever, we'll move it to the following week. Great. I only need a couple of days there. And we worked out the time. And I flew down to Haiti, and it was quite an event to get a divorce in Haiti. And I came back, and the first thing Donald wanted to know, what was it like? And I said, I told him the stories and what went on, and the minister of culture and the minister of tourism, and how you get a divorce there, and the partying afterwards. And Haitian Divorce didn't actually happen until after I left. They didn't record that, but it was about me and going to Haiti. But lyrically, they took it upon themselves what to write, and they changed it to a girl and had a pregnancy and a baby. And, I'm going, wow, it's far out. I heard the record for the first time and saw Haitian Divorce and said, oh my God, what is this?
Because you hadn't even talked to him again then.
No.
God, that's nuts.
Yeah.
And I don't mean to make light of a divorce, but it's just such a bizarre thing.
Yeah, it was, and unfortunately, I hope I'm not speaking my turn out of turn, but, every time I'd work with them, I'd go through a divorce. And it was probably because of the amount of work we were doing and never being home.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's tough. That's tough on any record, but those guys, I mean, It's insane.
Yeah, I remember we were working on one of Gaucho, and Donald said, we're going to work Christmas Day. It really didn't matter to me. I had nothing to do. I was divorced at the time anyway. And I said, Christmas Day? I mean, people do things on Christmas. They don't record. And Donald looked at me and he said, what do you got better to do? And I said, okay, I get it.
There are a lot of stories about how people get out of doing sessions on Christmas Day, but
are there?
I've heard. I really wish it were true, and I'm sure it isn't. But I've heard this amazing story that basically it was a Richard Perry production that was looking like it was definitely going to run into Christmas after everybody's promised it wouldn't. And this was at Studio 54 in LA, which is where they did White Christmas.
Right.
So supposedly someone put a tape loop of White Christmas up into the plate, I think, because they knew they were cutting horns, and this was like the 23rd or something like that. And Richard would always want to hear the plate on the horns. And so they put up the return of the reverb, and there's this ghostly version of White Christmas coming out of the speakers, and everybody else pretended they couldn't hear it.
Oh my God.
It's not true, but supposedly he got so freaked out. He's like, I'm out of here. And he left, and everybody went and did their shopping. And it's definitely not true, but it's such a good story. But
that is.
So, yeah. Well, so were you surprised to hear from them for the next record then?
Oh, totally. Totally surprised. I had nothing to do with it after that. And they said, we have this other record, we'd like you to mix it. We love how Royal Scamp came out, but you do a thing with the bottom end that we'd like to have on the record. This band has never had bottom end on any of their records. So I thought, great. And they came to New York, and the very first day we're mixing Black Cow. And I get started, get everything up. And the console was in one place. There was a producer's desk away from the console. And all of a sudden I hear somebody say, "So why'd you do it?" And I didn't turn around. I didn't respond to it. And I hear it again. "So why'd you do it?" And I looked around, and it's Donald. "Are you talking to me?" And he said, "Yeah." "Why did you do what?" "Why did you leave?" so I went through it all, not working and being in a strange place, in a hotel that I shouldn't be in, and having a Mercedes, all this was new to me, flying first class. So, I couldn't deal with it. And they were okay about it.
That's funny, but they just wanted to know.
Yeah. 2 years later.
And you think maybe they hired you to mix Asia just so he could ask you that?
I hope not.
No, it's a damn good thing that they did. Because, obviously, iconic records for musically, but also for most engineers. It's a reference. It's absolutely a reference.
Thank you.
And so, I should know this. So we'll just keep going with Steely Dan for a minute. So for Gaucho, did you go back to recording any of that, or was that just mixing again?
It was already recorded, so I was just mixing. Somewhere in the second week, Donald Walter came up with another song, and they want to record it in New York, and so I did one track.
Right.
And I didn't mix it. Al mixed it.
Right. Is that the one he famously mixed with the speakers off, looking at the meters for a while?
No, that was FM.
Okay.
And it's the greatest story. Have you told this story?
I've heard the story a few times. I can't remember if Al told it when I interviewed him, but please go ahead, because
yeah, he was mixing FM, and Donald and Walter and Gary weren't there. And at some point, he turned the monitors off just to see how level it was reading with the monitors off. I don't know why he turned them off, but they walked in at that point and said, "How does he do it with the monitors off?" I thought it was hilarious.
Well, because he probably already had the 45 minutes he needed to mix. So,
right,
it was like you sitting at the hotel,
Right. And Gary said to me, he mixes with the monitors off. Can you do that? No.
So with how unbelievably meticulous they were with the recording process and also the experimentation with different rhythm sections and all the things they did, how was the mixing process? Was it much more straight ahead and like you were used to, or was it a more meticulous process than a lot of records?
It wasn't like recording a track, but they want to record a track, and over a week they'd hire different bands and maybe get one track. Mixing, it was fairly straight ahead, except both Donald, Walter, and Gary wanted their hands on the console. I'll take the vocal, or I'll take the guitar. And when they said that, I said, I've been doing jingles all my, since I've been an engineer. And I don't want to do something over again because you guys made a mistake. So I'm going to do this by myself. I don't want any help. And it was 24 track tape, so it was fine. I
Yeah.
had no problems dealing with anything. Um, and we did the whole record that way. And from that moment through everything else I did, it was always done that way.
Wow. And they were cool with that.
Totally cool.
Wow.
Yeah. Yeah. I said, you can't touch anything. I said that another point to someone else and they went nuts.
Well, perhaps we will get to that record at some point. So was obviously Roger was involved with them from the very beginning and really
Yes.
involved, I mean, in everything. So was he around for the mixing, and did he want to be? I'm curious what you felt his thoughts were about having other people in to mix the records.
He was fine. He
Right.
never said a word. He'd always tell me, I love that. I remember the first time, I think it was Black Cow, I did a fade, you know, he looked at me and said, "Oh, the fade's beautiful." You know, he was always, he was part of the team and he was always happy to say this is great.
Right.
Roger he was a great human being.
Yeah. Yeah. I was lucky enough to meet him a few times and heard some pretty amazing stories about the meticulousness of some of those records, too.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, a lot of the time he spent, did you know Wendell?
Yeah. Yeah, of course.
A lot of the time on Gaucho, he spent developing Wendell. He wasn't even around the studio.
Right. And for people who don't know, it was his drum sampler replacement module thing, but that was fast enough and accurate enough it could be used live.
Yes.
Is incredible.
Yeah, that was the only way to use it
Yeah.
live. We recorded various drummers from different cuts, and he'd make cartridges, and you'd plug in the cartridge, and Steely would always pay for the sounds, even though they designed everything, paid for it to be designed and paid for the drum sounds. They would pay each guy when they used his drums.
Wow.
Yeah.
So like a scale session fee
Yeah,
or whatever.
exactly.
Right. That's
Yeah.
amazing.
Yeah.
That is amazing. Man. So, okay. I mean, we're not, there's plenty more we could say about them, but we'll come back because we got a Donald Fagen record and things like that. But I'm curious, at the same time, there's another Ashford and Simpson record, and there's also the Art Garfunkel record.
Oh, yeah.
And I'm curious about that one too in '79 because it's, everybody had kind of picked Paul as like, okay, he's the guy who's going to go do it. But Art made some good records. I mean, he was absolutely an artist in his own right. And I'm just would love to hear anything you got to say about that record.
He was a very generous guy, not money wise. He was generous with his thoughts. And coming in the studio, you guys became friends immediately and you stayed friends. I mean, I haven't spoken to him in a long time now because life's different, but we'd work sometimes till 3, 4 in the morning and coming out of 48th Street and between the 8th and 9th, it could get dangerous. But we're always, we're there for each other just to walk east.
Right.
And I love, I mean, the guy had just a pure voice. When you think about how guys sang back then, where you do a couple of takes and you'd have to say sometimes, guys wouldn't want to change. They'd say, that take's good. That's what I want, perfectly in tune. All these guys sounded, when you look at some of the records that were made where there were no tuning devices and these guys sang in tune all the time.
Yeah.
It was amazing. And, it was great doing vocals with him. He liked doing vocals. That record came out great. It was all good. I started to do a second record. On the first record, I forget who produced it, but he wasn't there. The second record, Richard was producing. And he asked me to come in to a studio in downtown and said, I really want you to engineer it. I'm having a problem. I don't get along with the producer that well and need somebody on my side. So I went in, and the first night, Richard shows up. It was 7:00. Richard shows up 3 hours late. So, Art's been sitting there for 3 hours, and, I'm understanding. But we did like vocals, and he said, look, let's just do a bunch of different vocals. Let him decide what he wants, and I'll get out. So we did vocals, and he comes in around 10, and Art's still there. And I probably shouldn't go into this because
You don't have to if you don't want to.
It's such a weird way of working, but he came in. I said we did 8 vocals, and they were up on the end of the console, and he listened to the first one, and he says, I could probably make something great out of this. And he puts up the first vocal, and after each line, he takes down a fade and puts up another fader, not having heard it. And then puts that down and puts up another different fader, not having heard it. And Art just freaks out. And he starts screaming at him, and they get into a rip-roaring fight. And I'm there, and I don't want to be there. And we had a session the next day as well. And so I left, they all left, and I get in the next morning, and a phone call comes in. Art's not coming in. And it's his manager. And he says to me, look, will you do me a favor? When Richard comes in, will you tell him he's fired?
Oh, God.
I said, no, I can't do that. I'm not going to do that. That was the last time I worked with Art.
So you fired yourself to not do that. Wow. Well.
Yeah. Art he was great. I mean, he was just a great singer.
Yeah. Yeah. Absolutely. That's a pretty nuts story. I mean, you hear that Richard was, vocal comping was his thing. It's what he loved to do. Get as many takes as possible and then do whatever he wanted to do. But I suppose that was pretty early on for someone to be doing that. That just wasn't the way records were being made, really, were they?
Not that I know of.
So up until this time, had you been producing it all? Like, did you want to produce? Was that your goal, or were you happy engineering and mixing?
I was really happy doing that, but I did want to produce. And I can't even remember what the first thing was, but
I mean, you got a production credit on The Nightfly, obviously, but
I did?
Yeah. Well, according to the internet, there's like an additional production credit.
I don't think so.
No? All right. So that's the internet telling lies.
Yeah. Van was actually the first thing I produced.
Right.
And I was an assistant something on Moondance. No, I think on Domino on what was the name of that record? It had Domino on it, Straight Band and Choir. And I was going to be producing that. And something weird happened during the process. And I became producer to assistant producer. So, but yeah, I did want to do it. In the early days when I started, all the producers came in from labels. And I was working with Peter, Paul, and Mary.
Right.
And Peter, after a vocal take, looked in the control room. The producer was, I don't think this is bad, but Milt Ogan, and really wonderful guy. And he was sitting at the production console, and there's this just a cover to it. You can't really see what's on the table, so the artist can't see anything. And he's sitting there reading the Times. And Peter says, "How is that, Milt?" And he was caught off guard, and he just sort of put his head down for a second. He said, "Elliot, how was that?" I said, "Oh, it's pretty good. Do it again." So, and, seeing that, you started to wonder how much any of these so-called record producers really knew about the process.
Well, at that point, it was sort of an extension of A&R, right? You would choose the song, give it to the artist, and then you would produce the recording of the song.
Right. You're right. You're right. Which, but they didn't know how to produce. They got the basics together, but asking what was wrong with that vocal, well, you were flat on this word, they wouldn't have known that.
Right.
So yeah, I wanted to produce. I felt I could bring more. And at some point during that time period, artists realized that as well. That why are we paying a producer and giving them a fee, when he's already being paid by the record company, and now we're giving him points. In some cases, for newer artists, a producer would take 6, 7 points, leave the artist with like 5 or 6 points.
Wow.
Yeah. And so they were finding out about it. The engineers are more than enough to produce a record with us.
And do you think that's the session that Peter decided he was going to produce too? Because obviously he turned into quite the producer.
I don't know. I hope not.
That's amazing. So, all right, just moving forward in time, we're actually up to 1981, so we're flying along. And if I'm skipping stuff you want to talk about, please just interject. Because like I say, your credits just go on for miles, and I'm just sort of cherry picking and trying to not pick things you're just doing surround mixes on, so I could easily have missed some stuff in here. But there's a Rickie Lee Jones record, Pirates, from 81, which is a very cool record. I'm just going to say names and say I'd like to hear about that. That's the way these things go. I'm a bad interviewer.
Yeah, I didn't do much on that record. I worked. It was about a week's worth of work. Producers were Russ Titleman and Lenny Warnaker, and they were sort of at odds with each other. And Rickie at the time was not in a great place. And I remember there might have been one session with a small band, but basically everything was vocal overdubs.
Right.
And she would say things that, I couldn't make out. Not seeing, just say things in between to Russ and Lenny. And, or Russ would be in, Lenny would be out. Lenny would walk in, Russ would be out. And at some point, Russ says to me, "Can you run a cassette of everything she's saying?" And, yeah, just run this cassette. And Russ, we get a pretty good vocal take out of Rickie, and Russ runs out and tells Sonny, and they both come in and they're working, they're listening, and they were amazed that she got that together. I don't remember what song it was, but they were worried about her. They were worried that she couldn't go on being the way she was. And they had me record this cassette because they wanted to hear her last words, which, I'm going, what are you guys thinking? I didn't get that at all. I didn't know Rickie.
Right.
But I didn't get that. These guys are nuts. And, but, I didn't have much to say. It was just vocal overdubs.
And was that the same record Roger Nichols was working on?
No.
No. Okay.
No.
Okay.
Roger did a much later record.
Yeah, I thought it was. It was close late 80s, right? Early 90s.
Yeah, I think so. 86, 87. Yeah.
Yeah, she's such a talent.
She is. She was genius. And that first record she made was incredible.
Yeah. Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. All right. So you've said that for your listening, other than obviously Sgt. Pepper's, it's a big deal.
Yeah.
You're a huge jazz fan.
Yes.
Right. So had you wanted to make jazz records at all? Like, was that something, I'm just like with producing, was this something you wanted to do?
Not at that point. No, I want to take more, I wanted to be more involved in how a record was produced.
Right.
And jazz records, they'd come in and play and you'd look for the best take. When I did that Jackie Lomax record I did, they wanted something different. They wanted to be different than anybody ever in the studio. And I'm trying to figure out how, And what it came up, what they ended up doing, the studio ceiling in this one room was about 20 feet or 25 feet. And I decided it was 2 guitars, bass, and drums. I decided to put the bass amp, the guitar amp, both guitar amps. I brought scaffolds in, and I put the amps on scaffolds, thinking that, well, it might help the leakage on the drums. They were all in the same room. It wasn't a big room, but those guys walked in that first day and looked at the amps on scaffolds and freaked out. They just thought this was the greatest thing that ever happened. I'm saying, okay, but I'm glad you like it. Let's work with it. And it was pretty bad. I mean, trying to deal with it on that level, it was, the record came out great, but it wouldn't have been something that I would have tried to do.
Right.
In those days when an artist said something, the whole thing was fulfilling their wish.
Right.
Doing what they wanted. You weren't, Phil always said one thing. It's not your name on that record. They're the artist. It's their name. And the way it worked in the past was, if the record was a hit, it was because the producer was phenomenal. If it wasn't a hit, it was 'cause the engineer was horrible. So, you know, I needed to do something else. And um, I forget what the point of that
Well,
was.
I don't know. I mean, we're talking about making jazz records, but not even
Oh,
really that. But
yeah, it was that kind of thing to creating
right.
stuff.
I mean, but did you take from that experience the idea of trying to get people both excited and in a way distracted once you got them into the studio to get better performances?
That's a good question. I don't think you could really distract from what they were doing. You know, they were coming in because that was their gig, and it was so important to them. I couldn't. You know, I didn't try to either. You know, I was on their side. Whatever's going to get this record done, that's what I want to do.
Right.
Sometimes it worked out, sometimes it didn't.
Right. Well, okay, so if we go to 1982, you got two gigantic records that year. You got The Nightfly, which we haven't talked about but have mentioned, but also Toto 4 is from 82.
Yeah, Total Forest Surround.
Okay, so that was a surround one. So that
Yeah.
wasn't 1982, that was much later, and I don't know why you brought it up. So let's talk about The Nightfly,
Okay.
since I got that wrong.
Okay. No, Netflix was great. It was Donald's first solo record, and they wanted Gary and Donald didn't want to do analog. They wanted to do dig. Nobody had done dig, and 3M had a dig machine, and so we went with the 3M and recorded all our tracks in there, and found out that it wasn't really what they claimed it would be. You know, you could record soft stuff, loud stuff, go soft to loud. It would be beautiful. But it didn't do that. You know, with a guy like Donald, soft meant soft, and the machine would dither during that time period. And it was tough to deal with. You know, we had to get around that and never do anything really softly. But working on Nightfly, I didn't know what to think of it at the time. It was like working with Steely. You couldn't pick out one song. You know, it didn't have the lyrics that Walter would offer, you know, in the state that he was in. You know, he'd come up with lyrics like, what does this mean? You know, and you pose the question, what do you mean by this? You guess what it means, you know, and I found it phenomenal. With Donald's lyrics, so you could pretty much guess, you can interpret what he was trying to say. And, you know, it was great. The lyrics were great, the music was great, but it was, you know, for me at the time, it was missing Walter.
Right.
But, you know, it was fun to make. We did a bunch in New York and a bunch in LA. And I remember, and we went out together to LA. It was me and Gary and Donald, and they gave me the master tapes. You know, you be responsible for this on a plane. So it was all,
Thanks,
you know,
guys.
yeah, I'm just thinking about, there was one album right before that that Steely did that was pretty important, Gaucho.
Yeah.
It was an important one to me. Um, I get divorced on that album. Um, and the making of the tracks, which took longer than Asia, I mean, the making of the tracks were 1.2 years. No, sorry. It was a little over a year, but they'd spent 1.2 million bucks
Just tracking.
doing the tracks. Yeah. No vocals, no anything.
Wow.
The last track we recorded was called, oh, it was a song that got erased. And the track was recorded and they loved the track so much, they finished that song first. And they were coming in to hear it. Everything was on. And the tech guy thought it was a tone tape and erased the whole track except for about 16 bars of the fade. And there were horns on it, vocal, everything was done. And Gary came in and the guy fessed up at what had happened and he disappeared. And Gary, Donald Walters showed up and I forget how he told him, he said, well, I got good news and bad news. They said, okay, what's the good news? You don't have to work today. And the bad news, we don't have this song anymore. And they left, and it was pretty horrible. And I know that this tech guy would call up Gary at least once a year to find out how he is.
Wow.
Yeah.
Wow. Because, I mean, everybody's got the story of, oh, he's aligning the tape machine, thinks it's a record pad and goes too far and whatever. But it did actually happen, and it happened on a gigantic session.
Yeah, it was a master reel.
And not safetied because they just finished, or
They don't safety.
you don't safety till the record's done, right?
Right. Yeah.
Yeah. So going back to, I mean, especially having just talked about Gaucho, going on back to the Nightfly, which is only it's 2 years later? Yeah, 2 years later when it comes out. So probably just got started making that thing not that long after Gaucho had sort of done its thing, right?
Right. That was actually my first Grammy. Me and Roger and Al and Bill Shea. And it was right after that happened. We started working on Nightfly. And there was no time in between.
And I'm curious though, because you're saying about how you missed Walter's lyrics on that, but it's also, there doesn't really seem to be any difference in the production process. Like, Donald didn't want to change anything. It was like he was making a Steely Dan record without Walter, basically, in terms of the production team and even sonically. And like, it's very much obviously it's what he does, and he's a huge part of Steely Dan, so it should be somewhat similar. But just hearing you describe it, it just occurs to me that it was really done in almost exactly the same way, wasn't it?
It was, in a sense, in terms of recording, everything was the same. In mixing the record, it was different. Whereas I was always big on bass drum and bass, and there was always a lot of that in Steely Dan mixes. On Nightfly, I thought I was doing the same thing, but when I heard the final mixes, it wasn't that at all. And I didn't know whether it was the way I was hearing things, the way the room was, or was it the 3M machine?
Right.
And I just couldn't get that off the machine. I was doing things the way I normally do it, and it wasn't enough.
But you didn't even notice while you were mixing. It was only afterwards?
Right, right. So, the process was the same. We always mixed on Neve, and all of that was identical. So it just didn't make sense. I think it was 3M. And
Right.
we mixed to a 3M as well.
Right.
So it was straight ditch,
And
except for the console.
that's a long way from them being upset about having to move to 24 track.
Yeah, it is. It is. It was.
And it's part of that because Roger is a huge proponent of digital tape and then sampling. And I mean, he was telling stories about flying the roads one track at a time using his Akai. I don't even remember what it was, but like taking the click and the left side of the roads, flying to the next course, lining up the click on an oscilloscope, dropping it in, going back and getting the right side because he didn't trust the synchronizers. He didn't want to pick it up in stereo. The feel wouldn't be right. Like, so meticulous, but really into
Yeah.
the whole digital workflow when it was
Yeah.
a huge pain.
Yes. And Roger on this one was still in the development stages, not of Wendell, but a bunch of other things. And he wasn't around for a lot of the recording of Nightfly. He came in to do all the overdubs. I would always track, he would always overdub, and I would always mix, except for the times when Al would be there.
Right.
And so we sort of lost sight of where we're going with this record and what it was supposed to sound like. And I mean, it came out, I can't tell you of my shortcomings for the record sonically. I walked into various houses where front of house guys were using this record.
Yes, I was just about to say that. Every front of house guy I knew in the 90s used that record to check the PA.
It didn't make sense to me. I would like walk out. But a lot of guys were using it.
Wow. Well, maybe because they're playing it through PAs with subs. So they're popping your low end in.
Yeah.
It was that and Back in Black.
Yeah.
Amazing. Now, it also just occurs to me, and I could have this completely wrong, that in some senses, these records are almost the opposite of a lot of records, where the basic tracks go down, not necessarily quickly, but you get a lot of stuff at once. And then the overdubs is where things can sort of bog down and become unbelievably meticulous and long-winded and stuff. But the tracking was so meticulous, and you'd cut songs so many times. Were the overdubs, now that they had finally chosen the rhythm section take, were those actually a little bit less of a process than the tracking, or were they just as experimental and trying things in different players and things like that?
Well, I didn't do any of the overdubs.
Right.
So I in those days, I had other things to work on. And I knew I was tracking, it would take up so much time, but doing overdubs, unheard of.
Right.
I know Donald, when he did vocals, they would spend a lot of time doing vocals. He didn't like the way he sounded, and he had a great singing voice.
Yeah.
But he didn't like it. So I would imagine it took time. I'm sure it didn't take time when they did horns.
Right.
I did one horn date where Tom Scott came in New York and we did horns, and he booked the horn players, and it didn't take any time. It was smooth. So I think I did some guitar solos. Like on Gaucho, I did guitar solos on Peg. And every guitar player in the world worked on that record. And Walter did too. Walter did the first overdub on it and hated it and said, no, let's get a real guy in here to do it. And
a real guy.
Yeah, exactly. They went to Rickie Derringer, and Rickie came in and did solo. That was pretty cool. It wasn't quite the song, but it was a great solo. And after the date, they thanked Rickie and said, great job. And Rickie was gone maybe 5 minutes. And Walter turned around and said, erase it. And it went through a bunch more guys, and then Walter did it again, erased that, and they finally came up with Jay Graydon, who was out in LA, and he ended up playing the solo on that record. And that was the only record that was a hit.
Right. It is amazing when you hear records that you know that well, and then you go, if you can ever hear, like, the thing I'm thinking of that's making me think this is there's a lot of footage from when they're making Dark Side of the Moon, and so David Gilmour out in the studio sort of noodling over Great Gig in the Sky and things like that. And everything he plays that isn't on the record, you're like, that's not great. And then as soon as he plays the thing that made the record, you're like, that's perfect. And you get the feeling like these guitar solos are like that. It must have been incredible to hear all these different versions of the song.
Yeah.
But you wonder if in the moment when you hear the one that's it's like so obvious that that's it,
Yeah.
or whether it's just because it's what you know.
Yeah, I wasn't there for Jay's because they went back to LA and Roger recorded Jay's solo. So I couldn't tell you.
Yeah.
When I heard it, I thought it was kind of poppy. You know, I
Right.
thought what Walter actually did that he didn't like was probably the best solo.
Right. And just another artist who can't stand to hear himself play or sing.
And yeah, exactly. You know, you'd find yourself on overdubs like this, like crawling up a wall that's way higher than you, and you finally get to the top, and your fingers are on the top of the wall, and there's somebody up there that's about to step on your fingers, and you're going to go falling off. And that's what overdubs felt like.
And the guy, while he's stamping on your fingers, is saying, erase it.
Yeah.
That's amazing. Because, I mean, of course, now, okay, you might make the track inactive or make a new playlist, but, you're not erasing it. But it's like the Talk records the same way. They erased 85, 90% of what they recorded. Just,
Really?
Yeah, nope, that's not it. That's not it. Well, okay, so this brings us up to, and again, I'm skipping probably hundreds of records at a time as we do this, but in 86, you made a gigantic record, and as a producer, the Bruce Hornsby record.
Yeah.
So let's talk about that record for a bit, because that was genre defining and defying all at the same time. Like, no one knew what to call it, but it was huge. What a big record that was.
I didn't know what to call it either. I heard the demos that Bruce did and wasn't sure, is this pop or is it country, or I couldn't figure out what it was. And we recorded that at Ocean Way in Studio B. And he said to me, or I said to him, you're a piano player, and there's got to be something different about the piano, or you're going to be another piano player and you could be, Elton John or Barry Manilow or whoever. Have you worked at Studio B?
Yeah, in what is now in the studio, the 6000 building. Right?
Yes.
At Ocean Way? Yes. Yeah, absolutely. The one that had the Dalcon in it, the crazy not API with all the API EQs on the side.
Right.
Yeah. Okay.
Well, that piano was so different because it really wouldn't stay in tune. You tune that piano and half an hour later, it's out of tune, but there was a sound in that piano that was undefinable. You could hear that, you can identify with this sound and know instantly who that person was. When you heard Elton John, you knew whose piano that was. So I talked Bruce into working there, and he tried out the piano, but he only came in for 10 minutes to try it out. And he said, yeah, fine. He says, not crazy about the action, but, it's it's different sounding. And so we did everything in there. And he just started to hate the piano, hated it because we'd have to tune it too often. And um, I only produced, I think, 6 cuts on the record. Huey Lewis produced the other 3. And the big hit from that record was The Way It Is.
Yeah.
And I was designated not to do that. Huey was going to do it. Huey didn't want to do it. I don't know if it was lyrics or he just didn't like the song. And he said, I'll switch you this song for another song. And I said, fine, you know. And we recorded that. And they tried to release something else as first single. And The Way It Is. No, what was the name of that? What was the hit song in there?
Well, The Way It Is was the big one. Yeah.
Right. There was another song more up tempo that they felt, that RCA felt that would be the big hit, and they released it in England, and they hated it. But a couple of DJs got The Way It Is and said, "This is the hit," and it was number 1 in England. It was just crazy. And they brought it here, and it was huge. And the way I heard Rick Dees announce it was that I heard this piano. After hearing it, I realized it's you, and it's the way you play it. You know, that wasn't the scene. It was realizing that it was a piano and identifying it with him.
Right.
And that, for me, that was a major accomplishment, that, you know, you could identify Bruce with this piano.
Right. Right.
And basically what he wanted like a Scott Joplin kind of sound. But he thought a Bosendorfer would get what he wanted. And during the process, after the first week of tracking, he had me go to Chick Corea's place and a number of other places to try pianos out. And even after he'd heard these pianos and listened back to the Ocean Way B piano, he'd say, okay, I'm not going to argue. You know, there is such a difference.
Right.
Might not be pleasant, but it's identifiable.
I hate it, but I love it.
Yeah, exactly.
Right. And it's interesting because it is. I'm gonna have to go back and listen to it again now to hear it. But I mean, it was different because obviously there'd been, like you say, with Elton John. I mean, you'd been hearing piano all over hits like that for years, but there was something really, really different about that song. It just felt, I don't know, it felt like it was coming out of a totally different school of music. Like it was a Pat Metheny type of family tree, not an Elton John family tree or something like that.
Yeah, I would believe that. Yeah. But it had some social awareness too. And I think the DJs and the people who were listening picked up on what he was saying.
Yeah.
It was huge. I couldn't remember recording a song of that nature in a long time, where really, since the Vietnam War, a song that meant so much.
Right. And I mean, these kinds of questions are always ridiculous, but did you, like, especially not originally not going to be producing that song, and then like, okay, now you are, did you feel there was something about it while you were doing it in the context of the record, like this is probably the one, or it was just another track on the record at that point?
No, it was just another track.
Yeah. And did you mix the ones that Huey produced as well? I should know that.
I don't think so.
Right.
No.
So they were just done completely separately.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't know where he was up in San Francisco, He
Right.
did it at Fantasy.
Right. And of course, Huey was gigantic then, too. I
Yeah,
mean, he could do no
yeah.
wrong at that point.
No, no. Yeah, he
So,
was huge.
but that is an interesting choice in terms of how I hear Bruce Hornsby too as a producer. So you feel like they really thought that he was going to be that type of artist, but it was not. Yeah, I don't know. It's interesting. It's interesting.
I'm going to go one step back. When I got the call from RCA, and they said, "Why don't you come down and see us? We want you to do this guy, Bruce Hornsby." And I told my wife at the time, we were in LA, and I mentioned Bruce Hornsby, and she said, "Oh, he's a good friend." Oh, okay. And I had my meeting with them, and Bruce was pretty honest with me when I met him. He said, "I wanted Neil Dorfman to produce this record because Neil had just done Dire Straits."
Right.
And, but Neil had listened to the album. He didn't get songs. He didn't get what this was. Was it country? Was pop? What was it? So he passed on it. So I was second choice. And, went in there, did the second choice thing. And after Neil had heard how big this thing went, he did the next record.
Which was not as big.
No, it wasn't. He had one good song on there.
Yeah. Yeah. That's funny.
Yeah.
Well, of course. All right. So following on from this, there's a really interesting record, which I don't know that many people have even heard of, but there's so many weird storylines that go through it, is the PM record. That you
wow.
did.
Where'd you get that one from?
The internet.
What does it say about it?
Well, I mean, the thing that I think is probably the most like, ooh, didn't know that, it is the Sheryl Crow connection.
Right.
But I'd love to just the whole thing, because it's a bit of it's not an all-star band, but it's like, I don't know that record really did much on its own, but it did have a lot of people around it who obviously did a lot of stuff.
Yeah. PM, I don't remember how I got the call. Came from Warner's. And I heard some of their demos, and I found the songs really interesting. I found them to be maybe a little too much Police. And when I met with the guys, that was their favorite band. They wanted to be Police.
Right. And you said, I can tell.
Yeah. So we started to make a record. We worked at Bill Schnee's place, and it came together very quickly. These guys were amazing musicians. And we got it all together, did the vocals, and they said, "We want to add backgrounds to a few songs, and we want to use our background singer from St. Louis. And can we fly her up here?" And I said, "Yeah, but there's money in the budget. We can do that." And Sheryl came up, and she did much backgrounds, and she was great. In a sense, I gave Sheryl her first job by doing that. And she came up, and she ended up moving to Los Angeles and got a ton of work. I mean,
Right.
She's a beautiful woman. She sang so great, and she deserved everything she got.
And that's what got her on the Bad tour, right? Was having moved to LA, because she sang. She was one of the background singers on the Bad tour, which is where she met Greg Fillinganes and a bunch of people who would then kind of help her out as well.
That is, but there's a tour before that. She did Jimmy Buffett tour.
Right.
And I produced a Buffett record.
Yeah.
And she sang on that record.
Well, yeah, we got to talk about, we can go straight to that, because the Jimmy Buffett record's the next year, the Off to See the Lizard. right?
Yes. Yeah.
So let's talk about that because you had a huge involvement with Jimmy, and but this was the first time you'd worked with him.
First time I produced.
Produced, okay.
Yeah, I'd done a bunch of engineering for him. In fact, I ended up engineering in '77. Uh, the morning after I won the Grammy, I get a call from Norbert Putnam, who says, "Hey, can you do an album for Jimmy in England? Just mixing it." Sure. What rate do you get? And somebody had said to me that the night before, "Oh, your rates are going to go up seriously now." And I doubled the rate. And Norbert said, "Oh, yeah, that's fine." Holy shit. And so I get involved with Buffett, and they wanted to mix at Air in London. And they said, "How would you like to go over? Norbert and Jimmy are taking the Queen Elizabeth." I said, "Well, I don't think I want to do that. I want to get there faster." "Oh, do you want to take the Concorde?" I said, "Okay, I've never
Yes,
been
I
on
do.
that. That'll be good." So yeah, I got there and back on the Concorde,
Wow.
and we mixed in about 10 days, and it was the live record, and it was fun. It was good. They never showed up. They showed up the first day to say, "Do what you do." Okay. And they came in the last day to hear it. And Jimmy said, "Well, I have dinner reservations at a really good restaurant. Let's go." And that was that.
That's amazing. And so why did they want to mix? Well, obviously they had other stuff to do in London. So
Yes, they
it
did.
was just a holiday.
Yes.
And is this when they were in Oxford Circus at this
Yeah.
point? Yeah.
Yeah.
And was that your first time working at Air?
No, I'd worked there before. I did Petula Clark
Oh, right.
at Air, but the first time I mixed there, and I was so in love with trying to mix there because when I did Petula, it's like when Elton did his first record and we got the tracks to listen to, and we go, "Gee, this is mind boggling. This is the greatest sounding record I've ever heard." And we felt we'd come to the decision that CCIR is so different from NAB that had something to do with it. Now, going over there to do Petula, it was going to be done CCIR. So it would have a chance to see what CCIR sounded like with me doing it, and whether to actually see what it sounded like in NAB. And CCIR is part of the deal. It's amazing sounding. And I worked in the B room at Air, and they actually had a Nicam One system in the console, and they actually had a horizontal pan pod that was movable. And I was just trying to figure out what can I do in a live record. I could have Jimmy walking back and forth. So I had a great time on that record.
Wow. And did you get to meet Sir George while you were there?
No, I met Sir George earlier. I met him in when I mixed Asia.
Right.
When I actually finished the actual title cut, my ex-wife was friends with George, and George was in town doing something, and she brought George to hear Asia. And I'm freaking out that George is going to be in the studio. And I said, "I have to play this for you." And I play him Asia. And he sat there and listened. And at the end of it, he said, "Very nice." And he walked out. I said, "Oh, man."
Wow.
Yeah. It was George. Who
Yeah.
cared?
But that's a I mean, because again, we're time hopping like crazy. Then you're only 10 years into your career, period, at that point.
Yes.
So
Yeah.
that's huge.
Yeah.
That's
Yeah, it
huge.
was. Yeah.
Well, and we had Giles Martin on. We did a panel about hearing health about a month ago, or maybe a little longer ago, and he said, and I don't know time frame wise, I wouldn't have thought it would be this early, but that George was losing his hearing very early on in his career compared to what people knew about. So who knows where he was at with that at that point. So I don't
Maybe.
know, because otherwise he would have shaken your hand at
I
least.
mean, they listened so loud back in the Beatle days. I mean, Jeff said they listened very loud, and that had to come from that.
Right.
I'm sure he did that on all the records he did.
Right. So when did you meet Jeff? Because I'm just curious if you fanboyed all over him or if you could contain yourself. Because I fanboy over everybody.
Yeah, when did I meet Jeff? I met Jeff at an AES convention, and he was Jeff just walking around, and I see Jeff Emerick on his tag going, "Oh my God," and I just went over, introduced myself, and told him the story about how when I heard Sergeant Pepper's, it made me want to become him. All I want to do is make records and make these kind of records and find out what you did. And, all the time. And at some point, he was making a Sean Lennon record. And he invited me down. And I, just watched him record drums, and it was mind boggling. It was, he was the guy. That sound came from him.
Right. And could you figure out what it was about it at that point?
I think he used a pair of Coles in the back of the kit, and he used it heavily. And I think it was the Coles.
Right.
I
Right.
don't know. He must have had something else he was using before that. Because
Yeah.
Coles, I don't think came in until way after.
No, I mean I could go get the very weighty tomes of recording the Beatles things, but yeah, the Coles were certainly not part of the first
Right.
5 or 6 records, I wouldn't think. Though I'm sure the chat's going nuts right now and telling me exactly when he started using Coles. So, so we'll find out. Mark will tell us later.
Okay.
So it's back to the Jimmy Buffett thing, because he's one where I assumed that after you'd produced the record, that all those earlier engineering credits were actually, those are surround mixes that you've gone back. So I got that one completely wrong.
Yeah,
So
they were all. I never did a surround mix for Jimmy
right.
ever.
So at one point you said in an interview that you were like in Jimmy's band.
I was.
So what was the deal with that?
I got divorced.
So this is after a Steely Dan record. You're divorced.
That divorce, I go down to Nashville to make a record with Jimmy, and we were talking about it, and he said, "Why don't you come out on the road with us?" The percussionist was a girl. I don't remember her name. I'm sorry I don't, but she got cancer as we were making the record, and she wasn't going to be able to do the tour, and she eventually ended up dying. But he invited me out to play on the record on the tour with him, and
Wow.
it was just like I expected, and good after a divorce.
I'd imagine so. And did it kind of freak you out having to actually play on stage, or because
The very first night it did. We were in a small room in Key West, and it was just a get it together kind of tour and let some people in here. And I felt like I was too obvious. I wasn't ready to be heard, but I had a great time.
That's amazing. That really
It,
is.
it was good following a divorce.
So
I needed to get out.
that's definitely one way to get out.
Yeah, I just didn't want to be in the studio for the next bit of time. And
Right.
he answered the question.
Right. That's amazing. Well,
Yeah.
and this puts more into context the fact that when you were producing Off to See the Lizard, that you'd said about trying to kind of change his direction, take it out
Yes.
of the yacht rock, like we can tour forever and whatever, we're making these records, and actually try and make a pop record with
Right.
him. And so, what was his reaction to that? How did that work? And what was it you were trying to change? Was it just in the songwriting, or was there something else in the production or the sonics that you wanted to change?
I wanted to change the sonics. Jimmy was used to working in Nashville. It's the only place he worked. And I wanted to work, to be honest, with a different band. And I wanted to work in New York. And that's when PM came in. And I thought, well, these guys, these might be a good band for him. And I brought them in. They had a keyboard player that they used on their record to do synth stuff. And I brought him in and Sheryl. And he loved the idea. And the bad thing is I was really friendly with all his old bandmates. And it was uncomfortable for me to do that, you know, put these guys out of work that
Right.
were making a living from Buffett. But got through it. Jimmy was very happy with the record. And the songs were different because he was writing with PM.
Right.
They were writing together and they brought a different light to Jimmy Buffett. And some of the songs were phenomenal. But, it was Jimmy Buffett fans want Jimmy Buffett. So it didn't happen. But I liked the record. I was proud of it.
Right. And did his original band tour that record, or did the PM group go out with him?
They went out with them.
Right.
Yeah.
Right. And did they have to learn the entire back catalog too then? They must have done.
They did, but some of his original band was there. Mike Ellie was there, and Finger Taylor was still there. But he asked me now to get him a new percussionist.
So you were
And
fired.
yeah, I couldn't do that again. So I got him Ralph McDonald, and he was the new percussionist in the band. And I got him Robert Granish because he wanted to add pans to the band. And Robert came out on the record too. So I actually put the majority of his current band together back
Right.
then.
Which very
Yeah.
much defines his sound now, and his fans are very happy about it.
Yeah, but they're still, they play Buffett now. That's what they're concerned about.
Right. Right. Amazing. So, all right, I mean, again, I'm going to skip over some stuff just because otherwise we'll be here for 3 or 4 weeks. So if we
Okay.
come up to 94, it's
Yeah.
kind of a really important year in terms of like what's happened in your career, because it's the Hell Freezes Over. And this is the first 5-1 thing, right?
Yeah. Yes.
So let's talk about Hell Freezes Over for a bit, because obviously a gigantic thing for every reason. But
Yeah. Well, it was huge because I'd done a bunch of work with Glenn, and Glenn and the band were not together anymore. And one of the records, I remember Irving calling up Glenn and saying, any interest in getting back together? A lot of the guys would like to do a record. And Glenn was, no way, I'm not doing this. And we finished a record of Glenn's, and Glenn called me and he said, I may be getting back together with the band. I'm not sure. And then it all came to be, and Glenn called me and he said, do you want to make a record with the Eagles?
So, let me think.
Well, no, I'm doing this jazz project, and so I said, of course, we're doing a live record. We're going to do a bunch of the older songs and a bunch of new songs. It was great. And Irving flew me out there when they were in rehearsal, and just for a day. I flew out in the morning. I went to the rehearsal, listened to them acoustically. Timothy had an acoustic bass. Glenn and Don and Felder were all playing acoustic guitars. And they were singing, and it was like, this band was unbelievable. Their singing was like it was years ago, and they were doing it live, and they all sounded perfect. And I stay there at the rehearsal and listen to the songs they want to do, and not the new songs, and flew back that night and was totally amazed by that. And I met with the Warner Brothers, John Bugh, who was producing the TV aspect of the video for VH1. Not for MTV. And we went and we used the I Love Lucy set at Warner Brothers to record on. And I guess there were about 300 people there. And, it was the most sought after thing that the Eagles were getting back together, and everybody wanted to see the Eagles. And I used Le Mobile to record, and it was just overwhelming, to actually hear these things on tape. We did it analog, and it was mind-boggling. And we eventually went ditch, but it was all done analog. It had an amazing sound to it. And it was a long time, there were things that needed to be improved from the live performance. I ended up being out there 9 months.
Wow.
At a hotel. But I knew everybody now.
Yeah, and not the Beverly Hills Hotel.
No. So it was all good, but we worked 7 days a week. And each guy, when they came in to listen or do something, it was like Glenn would show up at 8 a.m, because that's when he was awake. Don would show up at 2 p.m. and work till midnight. So it was like, I'm there, I'd get there at 7:30 and be there till midnight, 7 days a week. And finally, I said to Glenn, I got to go home and see my kids. I got to see my family, So they arranged it so we'd take every other weekend off and I could go home. And we got around to mixing the record. They never showed up. They never showed up for the mixes.
Wow.
Yeah, I did the video, but never looked at the video because I didn't want to be swayed. Oh, well, this guitar should be louder. No, it shouldn't. It should be the music that's
as long as you can hear it. Yeah.
Right. And when you look at it, you hear it more. So I mixed it, and that was that. They put it out, and it, went to number one the first week, and it stayed there for a while. It was on the charts for a long time, um, and it wasn't until 2 years later, or a year later, or something, I get a call from DTS. They want to release Hell Freezes Over as a 5.1. And I knew about 5.1, but I'd never done one. And I said that to the guy, oh, we're going to get somebody else to do it. I said, no, you're not going to get somebody else to do it, because everything that's on tape has other effects and things on it that only I know about. And so they changed their mind. And Irving said, no, you can't have somebody else do this. So I got to do the 5.1 on that. And it was an eye opener to me, having 5, 6 speakers to deal with instead of 2. And, I'd been doing stereo since the beginning and mono. And now I had a whole new game to play with 5.1 and doing things that, I thought would be unheard of. But they kept telling me, no, you can do whatever you want. You can put anything where you want, and I had this vision of, well, it is live, so should things come from the front only? And it didn't. I got the opinion when they started to play, it was like now the listener was sitting on stage. It was only this person sitting on stage with the band around him. And that's the way I did everything for the band. I always had, as other instruments came in, I always had the band closer to the front speakers. They were never in the rear. Right. Even on the acoustic stuff, all the extra, like the percussionist and drummer that when Don wasn't playing, they were all in the back. Drums are front, but percussion was in the back, and extra keyboards were in the back. So there was a nice surround happening with that. And I went from the first acoustic was pretty much front loaded to having everything all around you by the end. It was great fun.
Man, well, going back to the stereo mix just for a second, did you find it odd that after the meticulous attention to detail and the time that were spent on all the overdubs that nobody was showing up to the mixes?
This was 9 months later, and every day. And they just wanted me to mix it. Just get it done.
Just to be finished. It's amazing because it could easily have gone the other way, where they'd show up one at a time and change stuff that the other one would want to change back. And, it could have been an absolute nightmare. It's amazing that it was that smooth.
They all showed up once, one day, not together. And Joe had one thing to say, and Felder had another thing to say, and they all left.
That's amazing. Well, it definitely speaks to how ridiculously good you are at this.
Oh, thanks.
Well, it's true. So, okay, so you do The Hell Freezes Over, your first 5.1. Obviously really liked it, and also really embraced, because it's very different from a lot of the other immersive formats that exist now and are, starting to come to the forefront, because you had 5 identical speakers. So you've got full range everywhere. And you embraced that really early on in terms of getting people in the middle of things and not treating it just sort of building a wall. Like I did and obviously live shows can be slightly different, but this was a live thing too. I did a live record with Ed Cherney, and his idea was the band's up front, but we'll build a room to kind of fill in. So you get the experience of being in the room, but in the audience, whereas you like to pop people right in the middle of the stage.
Yeah. Yeah. Which one was that?
It was a Fabulous Thunderbirds show. I can't
Ah,
remember the name of it. Yeah.
it was really good.
Yes. Yes, and hilarious.
Yeah, it was like I used to go to the village just because I knew Ed would be there. And he would come into your room and say something so absurd, you'd laugh for an hour.
Well, it would usually start with "Who's got reefers," and then you'd go on from there.
Yeah, it would.
Yeah, God, what an amazing guy. But did you ever get any? Because you've done so many 5/1 mixes. Do any of the bands want to leave things more upfront and just build ambience, or are you? Because it seems as though your entire career, you're just mixing, and people are coming in and they got nothing to say, and like people are definitely going with what your vision is for the mixes on these things. And does that extend as much to the surround, or is there more back and forth?
It doesn't go to the surround because they feel unfamiliar with taking something out of stereo and putting it around. I think that's why they wouldn't show up. And they just left it to me to do what I had to do. The Steely Dan mixes, they never showed up.
Really?
Never. Donald would show up on the last day to hear it, and that was it.
Wow.
Yeah. Um, I did, after Hell Freezes Over, all of a sudden, you want an MTV thing, a live thing, or whatever, get Elliot, you
Yeah.
know. And I was doing that for a while. I did Fleetwood Mac and John Fogerty, and it was all based on MTV.
Right. Well, we should talk about the Fleetwood Mac one too, because that's pretty momentous,
You think?
don't you think?
I don't know. I
Really?
mean,
I think that
well,
that it wasn't as much hype as Hell Freezes Over, but I think that
right.
in terms of a cultural event, especially with the marching band recreating that, it seemed to me that, and I'm not even a gigantic Fleetwood Mac fan, so it wasn't like oh my God, they're finally going to do this, and I was very aware of that when it was happening. It was huge.
Yeah, it was. It was for me because they were getting back together. Christine had moved to England. John was here, but not doing anything. Uh, the band was broken up. There were different configurations that weren't happening. So the fact that they were all coming back together now, that was momentous.
Yeah.
You know? Um, it was fun doing. They wanted me because I did the Eagles,
Right.
and we did it on the same stage. I used the same truck. It was everything was identical except the band.
Right.
And it was great fun. I loved working with them.
And was this another one where they just came in and listened and said fantastic and moved
They
on?
came in. They came in. Well, Lindsay, I co-produced with Lindsay, and Lindsay showed up at the very beginning, and then went away, and they all came in at the end to hear all the mixes.
Right.
But as far as the stereos went, Lindsay was there for all of that,
Right.
and he had stuff to say about that. And I just based. I mean, the mixes were identical. It was all on computer, and I just dragged everything out and split it up and panned it and did whatever.
And did you ever find that balances would just get weird as you start to pull things apart? Or because your mixing is so clear and you're not like mushing things together, whereas I tend to make a gigantic mess with stuff so it all interacts, but as you pull it apart, it really starts to change. Did you find that because your mixes had so much clarity in them that you really could just put stuff wherever you wanted and the spirit of the mix would stay the same? Or did you fight it?
Yeah, it was. It could.
That's
Uh,
amazing.
yeah, I would move maybe a couple of things in the rare up by a half dB, but everything stayed the same.
Wow. Amazing.
Yeah, so I have the mix on tape and have it be okay with the masters on surround was great.
Right.
Took me a while to figure that out. I didn't have that with the Eagles. I had to do that differently. And
Right.
I I had too many people from DTS telling me what they think is right.
In terms of like how to make it surround.
Yeah,
Right.
yeah. So it got to me after a while, and and I just said, I don't need to live. Irving's involved in this. I don't need to listen to these guys.
Yeah, that's a good trump card to play.
Yeah, it
That's
is.
that's pretty good.
Call Irving.
Yeah, no one's going to argue with that.
Yeah. Oh no, no. I'm not going to call Irving.
So, I mean, in this, and obviously you're having a ridiculously successful career anyway, but this seems to have really sort of exploded into its own thing too, because then you did a Sting record not that long
Right.
afterwards,
Yeah.
and that one you just did the surround though, right? Not the Simon
Correct.
Osborne did the stereos for that one,
Yes.
right?
Yes. And he never showed up.
Right.
I got to think after a while, they hate this modem. They hate this 5.1 thing, and they don't want to be a part of it.
Right.
That's all I could think, that they just didn't like the format.
Right. It's really interesting. It's yeah, I don't even know what to say about it, but it's because it is difficult to listen to, at home or whatever. If you've got, especially because the 5.1 music setup is technically different from the 5.1 cinema setup, and blah blah blah.
Right.
So it
Right.
makes it hard. And of course, this will bring us in a few years to your ELS system because it's like, well, how do we get a playback system for people?
Right.
So did that spring from that? Did it start, the seed was planted because people just wouldn't even come listen? And you're like,
Right.
there's got to be a way for normal people to listen to these mixes.
Yeah. And nobody was going to set up a 5.1 system in their house, you know. So I thought, well, how can we do this? And I started thinking about the car and thought even further back about every new format. When it went from radio to cassette, or actually it went to 8-track cartridge
Yeah.
and then cassette, and they both made it famous by being in the car.
Yeah.
And then it went to CD. Also, people didn't have CD players, weren't prepared to spend money on that. They were still listening to vinyl. So that was big for that. And then they come up with DVD audio. And I said, well, why? Why should that be any different? Why couldn't the car introduce this? Set up the speakers differently so you can, and the amp, and have them play DVD, have them play 5.1. And I got asked to speak at a DVD thing in New York, DVD Enterprises, and all the hardware manufacturers were going to be there for, like Kenwood and Panasonic and all these people that make the equipment. I went to speak there, and they were all in the room while this was going on. And I didn't mention anything about the car, but I said, but I talked about 5.1 and what it does to people. And after my speaking portion was over, I went to their booths and asked them, I've got an idea about putting 5.1 in cars. And everybody had the same answer for me, was, I don't think that's possible. And what do we need you for? And I said, well, it's not ever been done that somebody who creates music would be responsible for how it's played back in your vehicle. And that should carry some weight. And 6 months went by, and finally I got a call from Panasonic, and they said, that idea you spoke about, we have somebody who's interested. And that was Acura. And I came out there, and they had manufactured a 5.1 demo car. And we played for a bunch of people at Acura, and they said, yeah, let's do this.
Wow.
And that was the first car with 5.1 in it.
It's amazing that they committed too, because I mean, you mentioned DVD audio, but like the playback format for 5.1 is one of the stupidest format wars ever, and never even had a winner. Like everybody lost.
Right. I agree. And they're going through the same thing now. You know, it's just everybody's trying to make money from this, and not necessarily from a record, a disc, or a USB or anything. It's more about, I want my chip in this vehicle. How many do you produce? And if I have my chip in 500,000 cars a year, that's pretty big.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, yeah, because the idea of physical formats for consumers, I mean, that's done, basically.
Yeah. Well, the young kids in Brooklyn are totally into vinyl.
Yeah. And even cassettes have made a comeback. You
Oh,
know,
really?
I mean, year over year, I think the revenue numbers are incredible. You've got 128% growth year over year, but the total numbers are still absolutely tiny. You know, the number of vinyl records being sold compared to 1972 is nothing.
I agree.
So it's exciting in a way, but I think it's a fashion statement more than a consumer movement, really.
Maybe, yeah.
At least outside of Brooklyn.
Yeah. No, I do like. It's refreshing to see, you know, that how we used to make music is found a place, even a small place.
I think for me, it's as exciting that people want to own music, like to be able to prove, like, I bought this record, not I can stream this record anytime I want.
Right.
It's I think that's the thing that we need a lot of to rejuvenate. Something.
How do you get it?
It's tough, but I think it always goes back to the artists and their music. I mean, that's how you get it. You get artists that people want to prove that they're a super fan of. Yeah. You know?
Yeah.
I guess.
Now they just stream it.
Yeah. So, all right, but we got a lot of surround stuff you've done that we have to talk about here, because obviously we got the Sting record, but I really want to talk about Sea Change, the Beck record.
Oof.
Come on.
I listened to that for the first time, and, you know, stereo.
Yeah.
And just went, oh my God, this is unbelievable. And then I get the call. I don't know what it's based on, but they said, do you want to do Sea Change of 5.1? I said, I'd almost do it for nothing.
Almost.
Almost, yeah.
Squid. All right. Sorry, my cat climbs on the gear.
Okay. So that I was doing this actually at a studio in Connecticut, and they send the masters in, and no producer, no artist. And I just did everything and had a great time doing it, being so fond of the music and the engineering and the mixing. And, you know, I was wondering, I don't think I can beat this. And then I find out that Nigel, those were his rough mixes. You know, I'm going, Oh
Yeah.
my God.
I think almost everything he's put out has been like end of the day balances. It just makes you want to kill him and hug him at the same time.
Oh, it, it made it more convincing. I can't beat this. So I do it, and uh, they said Nigel and Beck want to hear. Nigel first wants to hear the mixes. So I send him, I forget how I sent it. It might have been on ADAT or something, just to get the tracks over there. And the guy who was configuring the room had it all like the front left was the rear right.
Oh, God.
The bass was in the center. The center was in the sub.
It's only 6 channels. I mean,
It
come
was
on.
all so weird. And Nigel heard it like that. And he said, "This is terrible."
Oh, no.
He calls me up that day, and I said, "This is weird. That's impossible." And did you notice anything weird? Because I've had guys reconfigure things, mastering engineers say, not get it right. And, maybe it is weird. And I spoke to the guy who configured it, and I explained he had a sheet knowing which track was which, but he messed it up. And about an hour later, I got a call from Nigel saying, "Fucking fabulous."
Wow.
That made my day.
That's amazing. Now, not to take anything away from your work, but do you think just the relief of it not being the thing that he heard first worked in your favor?
Yeah, exactly. Oh my God. I didn't know what to do when I got that call.
Wow. And so, all right, I'm just going to fanboy on Nigel a minute through you. Since those are his rough mixes, there can't be a ton of other processing going on. So when you put up the tracks, is it the record basically?
Yeah.
But still almost impossible to beat.
Nigel's.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, there's something he did in that after the session mix that is what he was feeling at that point.
Yeah.
What he was feeling when they recorded, and that's what came out. I couldn't have that feeling, so I tried to match it as best I could.
Right. That's amazing.
Hey, how's my voice?
It's all right. Are you feeling all right?
Yeah, I feel fine. I just worry whether anybody understands.
Well, I'm understanding, and
Okay.
and I'm the only one you're talking to as far as you know. So it's Mark will let me know. But yeah,
Okay.
so far so good. All right. Now, there's a band that got really, really, really involved in the 5-1 that we should talk about is the Flaming Lips that you did.
Yeah. That was with people. Wayne was there, and their producer,
Dave Fridman, right?
Dave Fridman. They were both there. And Dave was like, he had me doing things I couldn't believe. I could have never imagined it. He wanted the entire track rotating around all the speakers. Can't do that with the Neve, with the SSL. You can't do that with anything, but we got it to work. I had an extra Sony Dig console, and we were able to pan the outputs in that console. So we came out of the Neve with the tracks, put it into the Sony, and just rotated that. Had the pages constantly moving up and down. That was phenomenal.
That's amazing.
Dave's idea of that was so incredible. And Wayne was there, and Wayne's just a guy you want to hang with. He's, now I remember my kid, Matt, just loves them. And he was playing in the band time, and they were playing local in Connecticut. And Wayne was really talkative with Matt. And he said, "What are you doing there?" He said, "Oh, we're playing up the road tonight, some divey place." "Oh, let's go." And Wayne wanted to go. And we all went to this gig, and it was a couple of people on, it was like, what do you call those things? They just come up and play a couple of songs.
Or like an open mic night or something?
Sort of like that, yeah. And there was this one girl that came up, and it was pretty awful. I mean, it was really bad. But at the end of her set, Wayne stood on his feet and applauded as much as he could. And he forced everybody to do the same thing. It meant so much to me to see who this guy really is.
Wow.
Yeah, really amazing.
Here's a little factoid about him that makes him one of my favorite people. And I've never met him or anything. He somehow found out when the Google Earth car was going past his house and dressed up. And they put all kinds of shit on the front lawn, and they're all in costumes. So if you have any idea where he lives, which I don't, I've just seen a still of it. But if you search for it, I'm sure you can find it. The Google Street View of his house is the band, like dressed up crazy on the front lawn. Yeah.
I think he lives in Oklahoma.
All right. I'll go with that.
I think.
That's
and he likes to dress up in a suit.
Yeah. Yeah, but it's such a great band, and Dave Fridman is just fearless.
Yeah.
As a producer, just amazing.
And a sweet guy, a great guy.
Yeah, I'm hoping to get him on here, actually, so I will find that out firsthand, because I've never actually spoken to him, but a big fan of his records.
Give him my love. I mean, I really love that guy.
Absolutely. I don't know if he's under the radar. I feel like people don't talk about him enough.
No, I agree.
But, man, like Low, The Great Destroyer, do you know that record that he made? Holy crap.
Amazing.
Just, yeah, absolutely ridiculous. Okay, so anyway, enough about other people. We're here to talk about you, Elliot. I mean, we can talk about anything we want to talk about. But, all right, so we already touched on the Acura thing, but I wanted to ask a question, because there are a bunch of videos that Acura sort of put together with the ELS, and it's you doing sessions all over the world. Did they put those sessions together as a promo thing, or did you just get permission to film sessions you were doing anyway?
They got permission and paid them a good fee.
That's awesome.
Yeah. So they got promo, they got paid for it, and they got to keep the master.
Right.
So it worked out pretty well from Panasonic and for Acura and for the band.
And did you just give them a wish list of people you wanted to work with, or how'd they find the artists?
No, they would come up with the list.
Right. Well, you must have been pretty happy about some of them. Like the Band of Horses session looked like so much fun.
It was. They came up with that.
Right. Now, when you're doing those sessions, and obviously you've been thinking in 5.1 now for years and years and years, but stereo is always the main format and 5.1 is the secondary format. When you're doing a session like that, do you record differently in any way because you've got your 5.1 mix in mind, or I'm assuming you're tracking to two speakers while you're tracking, right?
Yes. Yeah.
So nothing.
I don't even think about 5.1.
Really?
Nothing.
Wow.
No.
So it never occurs to you like, hey, let's triple that because then I can do this, or.
No, the thing is that when I started doing 5.1, I found out that the obvious thing is when you take a mono signal and that you're used to hearing like in the front somewhere, all of a sudden it's coming out of the left surround. This something, that just attracts your attention. It's all these little mono things that you go, wow, What was that? I mean, like when Glenn came in to hear Hotel California, their original record in surround, there I didn't even hear it on the original record, but there's like eight guitars in that record, a lot
Right.
of acoustics, and you put them in the rear and you go, oh my God. Even Simsek said, I forgot about this stuff.
Right. I
You
was
know,
about to say, I mean, and Bill's a genius, and I'm sure
yeah,
between he and the band, all those arrangements happen. But yeah, there's a lot of doubling of things and layering.
yeah, yeah. So you hear it all of a sudden, it's coming out as one massive sound. It's pretty incredible. And I don't think we took away what was in the stereo. The only thing that didn't happen quite as easily was there was some flanging
Right.
in one of the songs, and flanging 5/1 doesn't work that good.
So when I mean, I think I know the answer to this question, but when you're presented with a record like that you're going to now rip apart, and that's got to be what, 35 years later or something like that. Are you ever intimidated by, because it sounded like at first with the Beck record, it's almost intimidating. Do you ever feel that way with the classic records, or do you actually feel like, oh, I can't wait to get my hands into this?
Most of the time, it's like, can't wait. Uh, uh, the first record I mixed for Steely was Gaucho, and I did it in 5/1. And another engineer made a point of blurbing out how I ruined the record in 5/1 as compared to stereo. And I couldn't follow the point. The stereo 5/1 are different. It's not two speakers, so there is room to expand. And I found that people loved the record, and there was no point in me listening to what anybody had to say when it came to 5/1. I get some request. I did Eric Clapton. I did Derek and the Dominoes.
Right.
And there was one of the guys who played organ on one of the cuts said, I cut off the organ like a half a beat late. Can you take that out? I said, no, I can't take that out. People know that. If it's out, it's not the same record. So you have to be true to at least the music.
Right.
And like with Derek and Dominoes, that was done by what's his face? The grandfather of all engineers, Tom Dowd.
Okay. All right.
And I got the tapes from Tom. Well, I got the tapes by Tom, and he cued on his track sheet. It had every EQ he did in the mix, any bit of compression he did in the mix, what it was, what he used.
Wow.
And so I got that to come back like he did it, and with an enormous amount of echo. I mean, they used a ton of verbs. And Eric's current producer at that time hated it. He wanted things to come from the front. He only wanted like verbs to come from the rear.
Right.
I said, look, this is the way I did it. And I don't do 5/1s like that. You need that. You should just stick with stereo. So MCA, a Universal, wouldn't release it. And they had somebody else do a mix on it. And it didn't do well. And then, 3 years later, they released my original mixes, and I won a Grammy that year. I mean, it was a really good mix of that record, and it added something, and it's hard to add to that record because Tom and what was the name of the engineers from Criteria?
Oh, I'm not going to
Those
come up with
two
names, but
famous guys.
yeah.
They did such an unbelievable job that, how could you beat this? There was a thing that happened in the studio with this band, and it was amazing. So, I was happy with it, and I'm glad it did well. But, I think people's perceptions, you either like having this surround sound or you don't.
Right.
I'm doing a lot of stereo now. And I got to say, when I started in 5-1, I said, I'd be totally happy not doing stereo again. But now that I'm doing stereo, I'm loving it.
And just because it's different, you think, and for you now?
No. Well, it's a little different, but not much. It's getting a band to fit in 2 speakers, I guess after 5.
Right. It's really interesting how you've got this sort of dichotomy of being incredibly true to the original record, but not at all true to the original stereo of the record, because that's not the point. The point is to blow it apart as if you could live inside of what the stereo would have been had it not been stereo.
Yeah.
Which is...
It's a good point.
Yeah, it is. It's a really interesting way to think about it. And also, from what I've read, you're not even really using the center speaker that much. So you're basically in quad, right?
Pretty much.
Ish.
I use the center speaker for vocal, bass drum, snare. Certain things that I want elements of it to be out a little more.
But they're in the left-right as well, right? You're not putting anything exclusively in the center.
Right. I did once on Hell Freezes Over. I had Don's voice in the center only. And he didn't like that.
Got to support him a little bit,
Yeah. I didn't know.
So people should definitely check out the ELS videos that are all on YouTube, because, I mean, first of all, they're really cool, but also there's tons and tons of studio footage, and it's great to see you in the studio, actually recording, and the interactions. I love the interactions with the band, whether we can hear you talking or not, because sometimes it's with the music playing, sometimes it's actually your conversations, and you can see that it is all about making them have a great day, period.
Well,
that's it.
All it ever was.
Yeah. It's a masterclass in studio demeanor watching those videos. And there's an amazing one. I can't remember the artist's name now, the singer, the one you do at Air, live with the jazz quartet with the vocal. I can't remember his name right now.
At Air?
Yeah, at Air, the new Air, the church, Air Studios.
Oh, yeah, he was an artist. Yeah, I didn't even know him.
Yeah, but so good. And I've got to say, the thing that blew me away, and this is watching the YouTube video, I'm not even listening to the record, was the sound of his voice, the small amount of reverb that was on there, and the way it was balanced into the piano just sounded like, holy shit, this is a classic recording. Like, yeah. I don't know, you nailed that.
Mark just said the guy's name was Kevin Ahart.
Yeah. Well, there you go. Well, everyone should definitely check that out. So, all right, I want to move on to another record here. So, A little known guy named Paul McCartney. I think he's going to be successful one of these days. So you finally get to work with Paul McCartney. So we're talking about 71 is when you missed out on it, and 2012 is when you actually get in the studio with him.
Yeah, it was funny because I knew Al was doing this record, and I got a call from Tommy LaPuma, and he said, "Hey, you want to do some days with Paul?" I said, "Oh, I got a jazz record to do."
Exactly.
Um, it was amazing. I mean, it was a huge wish for me, and it was only vocals. And he's already a star, and I was a little nervous about who he was and what his demeanor is now. And Tommy said, "No, don't worry about it. He'll come in here and he'll introduce himself to you right away." And great. So he comes in
Says,
and
"Where's Al?" No,
yeah.
just kidding.
He didn't say that actually, but he comes in and he comes over, introduces himself to me, and he's just sitting around, wanted to talk first before we went out and sang, introduced me to his new wife. And, it was all very nice. And when he's got one of those voices, you don't compress, you don't put any EQ on, you pick a really good mic and you're set. And that's the way it went. After we finished working, I said, my kids are huge fans. I mean, really huge fans, especially my older kid. And I said, "Can I trouble you for an autograph?" And, "Oh, sure, sure." So I had him do an autograph to both the kids. And he wrote something different to each of them. But when he signed it, he signed Paul McCartney, and in parentheses underneath, he put down, "Your dad's friend." And it just, I was beside myself that he wrote that.
That's
Yeah,
amazing.
yeah, it was. It
That
was.
so thoughtful. I mean, maybe it's not the first time he's done it or whatever, but that it's such a little thing that means so much.
Oh, God. Yeah, it does.
That's incredible. So, God, what was I just about to ask you? It wasn't amazing, but it was something to ask you about. Um,
With Paul?
yeah, it was something to do with that. It'll come to me, and I'll get to it. But in the meantime, I cannot figure out what this was for. There was something that I saw right around this time where you were going into the studio to record a new version of Walk on the Wild Side with Lou Reed.
Oh,
What
yeah.
was that for?
That was weird. They were going, Lou didn't own the copyright on his original cut. And he didn't want to have to, if he used it, give the label a bunch of money. So he went in and recorded another version to be used for commercials.
Oh, right.
So we did another version, and I tell you, it was one of the most hysterical days I had in the studio. We started doing this thing. We did the tracks. Lou's not there. And we get set to do the violins. And it's just 6 violins. They were all playing, I think, unison. And we did that, and Lou walks in, and it was their first run through, and they were terrible. They were out of tune. It was just horrible. And the contractor is standing right behind me. And Lou walks in and he says, "Oh, this is awful. I can't believe this." And the contractor says, "Oh, if you come over here, it'll sound better." And he says, in a straight voice, he says, "You mean to tell me that if I walk up behind the console, they're going to be in tune?" I, I couldn't stop myself from laughing.
Wow. But had you met him? Like, you weren't worried that he
No,
was, so he could have been coming into, like, that's it, we're done, erase the tapes, just,
right. It was,
wow.
but he was paying for it.
That's amazing. So
So
this was a Taylor Swift situation, basically.
yes, yeah, exactly.
And who was playing on it? Did you put a band together for it, or was it any of the
No,
original?
there was a producer. It was Rob. He did a bunch of Sting stuff.
Oh, I
I
don't
can't
know.
remember his name right now. Ed worked with him a lot too. Um, but he was doing it. The track was great, and the strings, they literally just ran through it and had no clue.
Yeah, yeah. Though you
But
would have hoped that they'd heard it in their
yeah,
lives.
well, they were so young.
Yeah.
The situation of Lou walking in right at that moment, you go, "Oh my God, he's going to shit."
Oh, that's amazing. That's amazing. I'm remembering a little bit about what I wanted to ask you about. I don't know if this was the thing or not, but I wanted to talk about your son, Matt, who has followed in your footsteps and has worked with you a bunch and things like that. And you want to just talk a little bit about that relationship and how it sort of over the years happened, I guess is the word.
Let me get something.
All right. That's funny. I thought that was like 3 times closer to you than it is.
This is a picture of Matt when he was a baby. He was about
Wow.
a year old, and I brought him in. I was doing George Benson at Clinton, and I brought him in, and he just never took his eyes off the faders.
And who's the other baby?
A friend,
Right.
just a friend who dropped in with him.
And so
But
that was it. So he got the bug early.
he got the bug early, but he wanted to be a player. And he learned how to play guitar. He plays piano as well. Um, and he ended up going to Berkeley because my belief is the MP&E program at Berkeley is pretty phenomenal. And they have a lot of, I mean, Susan Rogers and,
Yeah. Super
they
genius.
have people there that they're
And
genius.
and guest lecturers named Elliot Scheiner and, stuff like that.
Well, not as good as them, and they really have a good heart about teaching you everything. They teach you what we learned how to do. They might not teach it so you can do it, but they teach it so you know about it and you know what it means. And so he went there, and he graduated in 2006. And they got in their idea because he was graduating. They wanted to give me a doctorate, an honorary doctorate. And I said, "Gee, yeah, I love the idea, but it's his day. He's graduating. I feel funny about that." And so I went up to see him and I said, "Look, they want to give me a doctorate, but you're graduating." And he went crazy. He just got to do it. So I did it, and I got the doctorate along with Aretha Franklin and Melissa Etheridge. And just to be there with Aretha,
That's
it,
amazing.
it was amazing, And when Matt came up to the stage, you have to shake everybody's hands. And when Matt came up, instead of wearing the cap, he wore a fez, which was a part of a Steely Dan song. And he thought that would be cool. So I knew he was okay with it. And I made a speech at there when they gave it to me that, having a son that wants to do something that you've committed your life to, that he thought it was worthy. And the benefit was overwhelming that he wanted to make this happen. He wanted to do the same kind of thing that I was doing and do great new records, and I found that amazing. And in fact, I did date with a jazz singer a few weeks later. Her brother graduated in the same class, pretty famous. And she said she was there and thought that that speech was the best speech given. It was a good speech.
So you're good at everything, basically.
No, I'm not. Now I'm certainly not.
Well, it's fantastic, and I love that you guys actually worked together. That he assisted, because he's got credits assisting on quite a few of the records.
Yes,
which is really cool. Another one of the ELS videos. Actually, I don't know if this was an ELS video or was this the Joe Jackson, the dude.
Yeah, there was one.
Yeah.
But it was more about him getting in the car and listening to what we recorded.
Well, I mean, that obviously is what they're sort of pushing, the fact that people are checking your mixes in the car. I mean, it's the
that's
payoff.
What happened. Do you have Foo Fighters in there?
Yeah, well, absolutely. Let's talk about Foo Fighters right now, because I know this is a big one for you too.
Yeah. I get a call from the producer, was Nick Raskulinich. And he says, I'm producing Foo Fighters, and it's both an acoustic record and an electric record called In Your Honor. And Dave would like you to mix the acoustic record in both stereo and 5.1. I said, wow, definitely. And I get out to do the stereo. They were working near where you used to live. They had a studio there. And they didn't want to come down to Capitol. They were still working on the electric. And Nick would come down. He heard the first couple of mixes, but I'd send them CDs actually of the record, and they could hear the stereos, and it was fine. 5.1 was a different story. They didn't have 5.1 at their studio. They didn't have any way to handle it, and I couldn't really burn. I'd have to burn a DVD in 5.1 to do it. It's a pain in the ass. So I called up Acura and I said, look, can you take a car up to Dave's studio and just leave it there for like 2 weeks? And the girl was a huge Foo Fighters fan and said, oh, I can do that myself. And so she drove a new car up there. And when I'd send him, we'd burn a DVD and send it up there, and they'd listen. First time they listened, they went nuts that a car could actually sound that way. And they never had any changes on a 5.1, and Dave ended up buying one.
Wow.
Yeah. So Acura used that for a long time. As he only called me, he said, I'm trying to buy one and I can't get the color I want. How is that possible? And so they worked it out.
It's good to have fans at the company.
Yeah, right.
All right. Well, look, so this brings us up to another really interesting project, is the Ben Folds record.
Yeah.
and live show, because you went to tons of those shows too. So you want to talk about that one, because it's a really interesting project. I mean, Ben is a polymath. It's not even a big enough word, really.
I love Ben. That happened a few months before I got sick.
Yeah.
So I have a lot of trouble remembering that specific time period.
Right.
And afterwards, he came to the hospital as well, and tried to help me get myself back in order, and had a music therapist, come and get me to work at music. And it was tough for a while, So I remember recording the one classical side, because that was in what used to be old RCAB
Right.
in Nashville. And there were 70 players. And I mean, it's a big room, but not for 70 players. And it had to sound classical. And for some reason, the gods were with me that day. And it was just phenomenal, that part of it. The other half of the record was with the band. And we did it, and it was okay, but the orchestra was better because it was 70 players. The band was harder to record because they didn't have much experience in the studio. And I felt like I was reaching for stuff that was never going to be there.
Right.
Like the violinist, it was like I could never get this guy to sound right. I changed mics, I changed positions. I just never got it right by my standard, and that whole part of the project was just okay for me. The Nashville stuff was incredible, and Ben is the most phenomenal human being, and the way he treats his fans is amazing to me. He actually invited, through his fan club, people to come and see the session in Nashville, which was not knowing any of these people.
Right.
And they got, it was a contest to come and do it. And it was great. And Ben signed autographs for him and gave him something, some kind of gear of some kind. It was pretty amazing.
That's amazing. And he went through a lot just to save that studio too, and be able to even be there in the first place.
He did. I mean, somebody wanted to knock it down or turn it into a condo or something.
Yeah, something like that. Prime real estate, certainly.
And they got behind it, and they did it. He did end up selling it a few years ago, and now he lives here in New York.
Right.
Yeah.
Well, this brings us up to something you just alluded to, which we should talk about a bit because it's a major life event, I suppose. Yeah. And you can talk as little or as much about it as you'd like, but I think it's, yeah.
I went to Cleveland with my son, who was going to be working, maybe playing for the Cleveland Indians. And I decided to go with him. He wanted to drive out there. And I hooked up with him, drove with him. And on the first day, I decided I'd go to the ballpark with him. And we get out of the hotel and we're going towards his car, and there's a grassy knoll there. I stepped up on and I fell. And he looks around at me, he says, "You okay?" I said, "Yeah, I don't know what that was about." And I got up again and I fell down again. And he looked at me again. He said, "Let's go back to the room for a second." And we went back to the room and we get in there and I sit down on the bed and he turns around to me and he says, "What's your name?" And I sat there not knowing my name.
Wow.
And I said, "It'll come to me. It'll come to me." I was talking gibberish. He said, let's go to the hospital, local hospital here." And we went to the hospital and they did a scan of my brain and they said, "You have 2 subdural hematomas, one on the side and one in the back. And you've got maybe 20 hours and you'll be dead." And so they brought me over to Case Hospital.
Yeah.
And I must have been unconscious at that point, but I sat there for 19 hours. I was in the gurney. They had to stop these bleeds. And in the 19th hour, they finally took me in and they supposedly stopped the bleeds. And a couple of friends of mine, I was okay a couple of days later, and a couple of friends of mine drove out. They didn't want me to fly and drove me back to Connecticut. And I got back here and I was in bed literally for about a week. And I still felt funny. I was not feeling good. So I went to a local hospital here and they got the scans from Case. And they said, "Well, they stopped the bleed on the side of your head, but they missed the back. They didn't stop that. So we have to stop that." So they took me in now. It's the second time. They go in and they stop the bleed in the back of my head. And it seems okay. About a week later, I'm not feeling good. And I go back in and Doc says, "You got a massive infection in your brain." Not in the brain, on the skull. And we're going to have to cut your skull out, that half of your skull out, and make one of those machines. I forget what they call them now. They'll do a scan of my brain, of the mold, and make a plastic skull. And they did that, and I was fine. I felt good now. And they said, "We want to let you go for about 3 months to make sure there's no infection." I said, "Okay." So I'm missing half my head. And my son Matt's getting married. And I was wearing a hat a lot. And he got married that day. I arranged for the replacement a few days later. And Glenn called me up because he was coming to the wedding. And he said, "What are you wearing to this thing?" And I said, "Well, and I got to wear a hat because I'm missing half my skull." And he said, "What kind of hat?" I said, "I'm going to wear a Cuban fedora." And so he comes to the wedding. He's wearing a hat just like me. And so everything is fine. I go into the hospital a few days later, And I said, I just don't feel good about this. And I went to surgery, and doctors came out. They told my family everything's okay, you'll be fine. He just hasn't woken up yet. And I hadn't woken up by late that night either. And then they figured out I was in a coma. And they don't know why. They don't know why I came, but that hospital really couldn't treat me because they didn't have a 24-hour EEG. So they said, let's move him to Yale. So I went over to Yale, and I was assigned residents who were treating me. And after they looked at everything and did the scans, they said, he's not going to make it. And you should know that now. You should call all his friends in to say goodbye. And my youngest son said, wait a second, you're telling me he's not going to make it? He's going to die from this? Well, he won't die from this, but he'll be incapacitated, and you won't want him around. And he said, well, that should be our decision. And you wrap him up. I'm taking him home right now. And the doctor said, well, let's give it a few days because they want to take out a feeding tube. And let's give it a week or two to see how he reacts. And there was no reaction. I went through 3 weeks with no reaction. And they called all my friends, and people were coming in from all over the country to be with me, mainly to say goodbye, but to be with my family and offer them support. And they were there, and Yale was freaking out because all these people were there, and they were causing a ruckus. And Frank Filippetti was demanding and talking to the doctors like, do you guys know what you're doing?
With a lit cigar, of course.
Yeah. And then they said, is this guy important in some way? And George or Ed said, yeah, he's important because he's had like hundreds of visitors. And they found out who I was. They did research. But my oldest son came in with a boombox and started playing music for me. And he was playing everything I did and some stuff I didn't do. The stuff I did made no impact. But he played me at one point Marvin Gaye. He played Sexual Healing. And the nurse that was in there at the time saw my foot tap and tap with the beat. And she said, she looked at everybody and said, he's going to be fine. And I came out of the coma almost instantly.
Wow.
Yeah. And I didn't know anybody. I couldn't talk to anybody. And I was in there for at least another week, and they transferred me to a rehab center where I basically had to learn how to talk again. Because the subdural on the side is where your voice stems from. And, it just never functioned well after that. But I recovered. And, my first son saved me by asking my name. And my second son saved me by playing Marvin Gaye. So it ended up being good. If you look at the videos that are on Acura, you hear me speak like I used to speak. And then you hear me in the videos I've done since. And like I look at it and say, who is this guy? So it,
I,
it
I
was
I'd say this guy's doing pretty well, except I would have to say, why is sexual healing number 9 on your list then? That should be
well,
one with a star.
yeah, it should be. It should be. Well, yeah, it's a different kind of favorite.
Yes.
It should be, though. The fact that he even thought about playing that.
That's amazing.
Yeah,
It's amazing. And it was not a sexual healing, but it was a healing nonetheless.
it was totally.
It's incredible. Absolutely incredible. Um, and yeah, I mean, it was, I mean, I think I'd met you once before that when we did that panel in New York and we hung out for the afternoon before it started.
That's the one time we had dialogue.
Yeah, the one time we really got to hang out. I mean, we'd been in the room together many times with Nara
Right.
stuff and things like that. But that's the time we really got to hang out. And I think it's hard to overstate what a blow it was to everybody. And I think that it's why so many people came to say goodbye because they could, because then with other people, you don't necessarily get that chance. And the fact that it turned out that they weren't actually saying goodbye is just that much better. But it
Yeah.
was huge. It was a huge thing that rippled through the entire community, definitely.
I think George asked me for his airfare back.
Well, obviously, and that makes sense.
George, you were on there.
It's a joke that had to be made.
Yes.
It's not true. So,
No.
look, let me ask you about one thing before I ask you about a non-musical thing. But the one thing that you mentioned once, like really briefly in an interview that I want to know more about is you worked on the scores for Godfather 1 and 2. Is this right?
Yes. Yes.
All right, come on. Let's hear a little bit about that.
Okay. Godfather 1 was, I think, back in 72. And the film had been completely done. They're just doing the American music. All the Italian music was done in Italy. And so I was doing like the scene where he goes to California to see the movie director and beheads a horse. All that music, was part of the American thing. Anything with, that was American, I did. When I walked into the studio, I didn't know anything about the picture, except that there was something going on between the Colombo family and the director.
Right. Like something going on in an Italian way.
The picture couldn't be released until Colombo saw the movie.
Right.
And at the door to the control room at A&R, you had to walk up 2 steps to get inside. And there were 2 big guys standing outside the door. And they didn't look like they worked for the company, And they said to me, "Where are you going?" I'm the engineer. I'm doing the film. What's your name? And finally, they let me go in, but they were scary. So we did music. It was all the American stuff came from an arranger named Pete King, who's from LA. I didn't know him, but he was great. When they were going to film, but you'd see the 3 dots and the double, and all you'd hear is click. There was no film. Nobody could see the film.
Right.
So, it's all. Now I was wondering, well, this has got to be unbelievable. And then when I went to see it in the theater, it was like incredible. Godfather 2, once again, all the American music from any time from the 20s or before, all the way up until uh, uh, Nevada and the vaudeville show and stuff like that. And it was done, and the marching band music. It was done by I'm gone totally blank on the director.
Coppola.
Coppola. It was Coppola's father who did all the American music.
Really? Wow, I feel like
Yeah.
I should know that, but
He came in, he hired the marching band, and there were guys that actually were doing one of the feasts who came up and played that music. And they all came up, with marching drums and that were probably 40 years old. And I mean, it was just amazing. And
wow.
Francis came up, he sat in the studio while these people played and never came into the control room. His father was in there all the time. Francis came in at the end, say goodbye, and that was that.
Wow.
And the drag about that, in that time period, you're a music recorder mixer, you got no credit.
Right.
It was only the guy who did film mix
Yeah.
and the guys that record dialogue. So there is no recording of music. Nobody knows who did that.
Well, now they do.
Now they do.
And they better remember it.
And even if they don't, I don't care.
Yeah.
But it was fun. It was great fun to do something like that. It was such a historic movie.
Yeah.
I love that. And it's on the air a lot these days.
Yeah. And going back to do two must have been just insane, knowing what one was and the fact that two was good.
Yeah. And the fact that they remembered me.
Oh, right. Yeah.
They wanted me to do that.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was good.
That's amazing.
Yeah.
So, look, we've skipped over about 4,000 records, but people are going to ask questions. But I got one other thing we got to talk about a little bit before we get Mark in for the Q&A. And this is about, first of all, we'll start with the shirt you're wearing, the jersey you're wearing, I should say. So this is your baseball team, I'm assuming.
My baseball team.
Now, when you say your baseball team, you own this team.
I do. We're based in Bristol, Connecticut, right next to ESPN. And, like when kids go to high school and they're baseball players, they come out of their high school baseball and they play Babe Ruth League. And they play teams that are made up of kids who want to play baseball. When kids get into college, there's no place for them to play. They have to play in the summertime. It's just, they have to keep up what they're trying to accomplish. So there's like the biggest league in the country is Cape Cod. And they have all these teams there. They play on high school fields. And we do the same thing. It's for college players. They finish up college baseball. We sign them. We don't pay them. We just sign them. We provide them with housing and summer baseball. We play in a stadium, an old minor league stadium, where Babe Ruth played. And Babe Ruth hit his first home run on this field.
Wow.
Yeah, it's amazing. And it's a gorgeous field. If you go to a Bristol Blues baseball, you can see the field in its old state. But baseball's my second love. And that's what I do during the summer. I don't take any work. I just play owner.
That's amazing. I love there was one interview you gave where someone asked, like, what would you do if you didn't make records? And you immediately, I'd play third base for the Mets.
Yeah. I was a baseball player, and I was offered a contract by they used to be the Milwaukee Braves.
Yeah.
And I was offered a contract minor league to play. They used to have A, B, C, D, and E. And I was offered a contract in D-ball, and they paid you like $70 a month. And I just said, no, I can't do this. I could earn $65 a week from an A&R.
Right. Wow. So it came down to that. So
Yeah.
if you hadn't gotten the gig at A&R, you might have just continued playing baseball. Or at
I
that
would,
point, were you going to find a studio?
uh, yeah, I was going to find a studio. It was only my grandfather was passionate about me playing baseball, and he died that year.
Right.
And I saw no reason for it. And I wasn't good enough. They offered me a contract in very low class baseball. So I'm happy to be where I am today.
Yeah, well, it's worked out. It's worked out all right. Yeah, Carmen Rizzo was talking about that last week because he was a really good baseball player. And then he said he got to a certain point and realized, oh, hold on a second, I'm not actually that good.
Yeah.
Like you're really, really, really good until you're just the same as everybody else.
You're good on your block in Brooklyn.
Yeah, exactly. Now, there's one other aspect. Now, obviously, Mets fan because Dodgers left and you hate them forever, and you hate the Yankees because of the Yankees.
How did you know that?
Because my parents grew up in the Bronx, and they hate the Yankees and hate the Dodgers and love the Mets. That's why. It's what you do.
That's funny.
So, but what's the deal with you making baseball bats?
I did. It's a weird story. I had a friend here who lived right by me who came down with liver cancer, and he was a craftsman. And my youngest was in his sophomore year in high school, really good baseball player. And I said, gee, it'd be nice to make him a bat. And I went out and bought a cheap little lathe, and it took me about 3 months to make a bat. And then I broke it, and I thought about it, oh, it's terrible. So I called him up, and he said, you can buy a real lathe, and you can make bats. And I said, would you do that? And he said, oh, I would love to do that. And I knew how sick he was. And I wanted him to go out on a high note. And so I bought a lathe, rented a space, and started making baseball bats. And I was making baseball bats. I made one for Bruce Springsteen. I made one. I was making bats for people in the music business. Not that they were going to use it.
Well, you never know.
No,
not to play baseball.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, that's true. And it was fun. But when he died, I saw no point to doing it anymore.
Did you keep the lathe?
I sold it. I still have a lot of the lumber. I don't know what to do with that.
I don't know. You might have to buy a lathe. Or you could just give people the lumber and just say it's a do-it-yourself baseball bat kit.
I sold my lathe to a local bat company, but they make major league bats. And I'm probably going to give it to them because they're supplying all the bats for the team this year.
Wow.
And they're sponsoring. So
nice.
Yeah.
Nice. Well, I think that rounds out the one-on-one part of this evening. It's like the fastest 4 hours I've ever spent in my life. So
Is it 4?
Yeah, it's almost
Wow.
4 hours.
Wow.
I didn't even look up till we were about 3:15, 3:30 in.
Wow.
So just incredible. And like I say, we missed 5 million records. But I think it's time to get Mark in here to ask all the burning questions that people have, if you're up for that.
If there's anybody there.
Oh, they're here. I mean, George is always here.
Except George.
Except George. He's allowed to ask questions too, as long as it's not about the airfare.
Well, I got to say one word. George the other day said, not the other day, a couple of months ago, said something about when Elliot mixes, it's like he does voodoo. It's voodoo mixing. I don't know what that means, and he
You know
hasn't
what? You know what it
explained it.
is, and I think it's you. I think it's Al, and there are a few other people. It's you seem. It's just. It seems so effortless. It's like you do nothing, and it's so much better than anybody's effort could ever possibly make it.
Well,
It's just incredible.
great thanks coming from you. You're a kingpin. You're the guy.
No, I got a microphone and a webcast on Monday.
Hey,
That's
we
what I got.
worked on an album together.
We did. We did. You did the surround
Yeah,
version of the Beyonce tracks I mixed.
yeah,
And I was
yeah.
terrified sending you those stems. I just
Why?
thought, man, he's never going to talk to me again. He's going to see how
Ah,
loud all this shit is. That's going to be it.
it came out great.
Yeah. Yeah. Now, am I right that you got nominated or did you win for
I
that?
won.
You won
I
for that one.
won.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah,
Excellent.
that was
Excellent.
her name.
So, yes. And unfortunately, that's the only time I think we've collaborated.
Yes.
But there's still time.
Yeah, there are.
All right, Mark. Mr. Mark Abrams, ladies and gentlemen. Here he comes. Ta-da!
Hello.
Hi, Mark.
Hello.
How's it going?
Good.
Good.
This has been amazing. Andrew's right. This has been the fastest 4 hours ever.
Wow.
Pretty remarkable. Awesome.
Great.
Okay. So as Andrew was saying, how this kind of works is we're out broadcasting on Twitch, Instagram, YouTube, Twitter, all that stuff. Twitter doesn't have live streaming, but if they did, we'd be there. But we have a platform we're on called Crowdcast. That's where people are asking their questions, and they get to upvote each other's questions as well. So how we do it is we kind of work our way down from the most upvoted questions down to the bottom. So with that, I'll start with the first question from Bing. And he says, "Hi, Elliot. I was assisting you on a Disney session at Right Track Legacy Studios. You were recording a Rufus Wainwright song and also a Phil Collins one for his Tarzan Broadway adaptation. I remember watching you mixing your head almost in between the two NS10s at the very, very low volume. Have you always been doing that?"
Always. I've I don't know when I started, but maybe with Steely, I just found that I could hear more when I listen lower, and I don't listen above 45 dB. I'm really way down there.
Like ever. You're not even checking it loud.
No,
Wow.
I'll check 5.1 loud, but I never check stereo loud. If I can hear everything at 45, everything that I want to hear, I know I'm fine.
That's
Yeah,
amazing.
I love mixing low, and some guys come in. Can you hear that?
I love mixing low at times, but I couldn't do it the whole time. Now, here's a question for you. How come your 5.1 setup isn't NS10s?
They were originally, and I mixed Fagen's record, Morph the Cat, in 5.1 on Yamahas, on NS10s, and I won a Grammy for that.
Yeah.
So, but it's not as fun.
Right.
So I'm using Yamahas now. I went to JBL's, and everything sounded way too good. And I came back to Yamaha MS10s,
Right.
MP10s, and now it sounds right. You got to work for it.
Right.
Awesome. All right. Our next question is from Audioist, and he says, "Hello, gentlemen. I'm curious to know where you would start when obtaining a balance between multiple instruments and vocals. Thank you for a very enjoyable conversation."
Between multiple instruments and vocals. Well, I personally build a mix around instrumental. I'll get a band together before I do anything. It's like, for me, everybody has a key point with the band. For me, I was a drummer. It's always the drums. And I've always felt that if the drums are right, they won't detract from the rest of the band. And I always find that the bass needs to be as much or more than the bass drum. And those, aside from the vocal, are usually the two loudest things in my mixes. So I'll take the drums, get everything right, and to the point where I like what they sound like, and I think they'll fit into the mix, and then go to the bass and do that. And I'll work my way up with keys, guitars, whatever else is in the mix, and get that. And the last thing I put in is a vocal. And if I can make the vocal sit in a mix with what I've just done on the band, I'm really happy.
And I would imagine most of the time you're really happy.
No, there have been times that you go, why is this working? And a lot of times it's just the nature of a voice and it won't fit in there, and I've been left with, how do I fix this? So I get the voice in there and just change the band around,
right,
to whatever's interfering with the voice.
Excellent.
Awesome. And how about you, Andrew?
Exactly the same.
You're lying.
Only louder. No, to be honest, I do exactly the same. I build an instrumental mix. Absolutely. And always starting with the drums, probably more for the reason that it's just so many tracks compared to everything else. I need to wrangle them into being one instrument before I can really move on.
Thank you for that. That's what I've never put it into that kind of words, but that's what it is.
It needs to be just the drummer, and then you can add stuff to it. So yeah, I actually do exactly the same thing. I just don't do it as well or as quietly.
You're a liar.
Well, no, I'm not. But but my approach is exactly the same. And there will sometimes be, once you get the vocals in, you realize like, oh, okay, that's not going to happen. And you got to go back and rework something. Yeah. But yeah, and I think, there are a lot of people who talk about the starting with the vocal. It's the most important thing. And yes, it is the most important thing. But that doesn't mean it has to be in at some point chronologically while you're mixing. It just means when you're done, it has to be the most important thing.
Yeah. I've heard guys talking about just putting rough faders up and basing the mix on that, and, attaining a mix by starting with the rough. And I don't know how it's done. Ed used to do that.
Right, get a balance first and then hone.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, that's the thing. It's great to have an idea of what the different possibilities are, but it's going to work differently for everybody.
Yeah.
And I think sometimes it's really interesting to try and start with something else. Like every once in a while, I'll try and start with the guitars to make them take up as much space as the drums might, and then try and fit the drums underneath. But then it usually falls apart and I go back to the drums and then bring the guitars back in.
Where did you learn from?
I don't know, to be honest, because I had a weird sideways path where I was a synclavier programmer and a MIDI programmer and a Pro Tools editor. So I was always the sideways thing. So I saw lots and lots of different engineers, but I didn't really get mentored. Like I didn't work on that many mixing sessions with other people because I wasn't needed at that point. So I don't know lots and lots of people. I'm not pretending I don't have a mentor. Like Carmen Rizzo is a huge mentor to me. I worked on so many sessions with him. Getting to do the Michael Jackson record, obviously, with Bruce Swedien, but also Eddie Delana, big influence on me. Amazing engineer. But I think as much listening as watching and doing, like studying Daniel Lanois records endlessly and studying your records, the Steely Dan stuff, trying to figure out how you could possibly have that much clarity, but that much size in each of the instruments. You know, the amount of weight everything carried, but still have so much space around it. And Chad Blake, too.
Yeah.
Definitely, in a totally different way. His ability to make sounds sort of appear out of nothing and go back to nothing is incredible to me.
Great, yeah.
Yeah.
I think Chad's work is amazing.
Yeah.
Awesome. All right. Let's see. Our next question is from Cal. And Cal says, "Hi, Elliot. Can you please talk about the surround mix of Sting live in Berlin? How you could achieve such beautiful ambience for an orchestra without it being muddy? Thank you."
I think that was right before the hematoma. The truck I used had a console that I was completely unfamiliar with. I had to learn it that day. And to be honest, I can't remember. I mean, normal miking, everything was fine. I love being in Germany. And it's one of those things I just can't remember. I'm sorry.
Do you change anything when you're recording a live thing, 451, other than just extra ambience mics, or are you thinking about the 5.1 with the miking at that point?
Not 5.1, no. It's just stereo.
Right.
And whatever's going to work for the stereo, because whatever works for the stereo will work on 5.1.
That's amazing. That's just astounding to me that not only do you say that, but it actually works for you.
Yeah.
That's incredible.
Yeah, it does. I wish more people would figure it out. That, you know, and there's no reason to be afraid of doing a classic piece. It'll all come together.
Well, let me ask you a question. With all of the big push now, like 5.1 was, you know, oh, this is the format that we can resell the catalog in, and now there are other immersive formats. One, are you interested in any of the other immersive formats? And I think I know the answer to that. But two, have you tried to get your hands on the Marvin Gaye records to do the surrounds?
Jimmy, engineer. Names are going blank.
Iconic or newer or
older, from Atlantic. Started Atlantic. Jimmy. Oh God! If I said it, you'd know it.
I'm sure you would, and I'll feel like an idiot for not knowing it now. But
yeah, well, he
anyway.
did Marvin Gaye way back, you know, and he did a great job. Yeah, I would love to Marvin. God, I'd do any of the Motown people.
Right.
I did some when I was working in stereo, and I did Smokey Robinson and Temptations, Four Tops. Tracks, only tracks.
Right.
Vocal with Smokey.
I want to ask you, because you're a fan of this music, and I know this is ridiculous and this is apropos of absolutely nothing, but I had Spotify going and I was listening to the Marvin Gaye, and then that turned into some Al Green, and then some Shuggie Otis came on, and I've not listened to Shuggie Otis in a long time, and I just had my mind I listened to the first two records all the way through today just because I couldn't stop listening. I'm just wondering if you're a fan, because there's so much crazy stuff going on, not only musically, I mean, he's playing everything, but engineering wise. I mean, there's like flanging the whole mix for a really long time and
Really?
stuff like that. Yeah.
I haven't listened.
I'd highly recommend it. There's
Okay.
I'm not going to remember the name of the song, but the Brothers Johnson had a big hit that Quincy Jones produced. That was a Shuggie Otis song, something Strawberry 23, or I can't remember this title of the song. That's got this crazy like prog jam in the middle of it, and it's from 1971. Anyway, I digress.
I'll listen.
Will Lee and Steve Jenowick say Jimmy Douglas?
Yes.
Oh, okay. Duh. My brain went to Jimmy Iovine, and I knew that wasn't it.
That's where mine went too.
Yeah, it's hard. Sometimes I just can't remember names. And
I'm right there with you, and I don't have an excuse.
Yeah, I'm attributing it to the hematomas. Say hi to Will. Hi, Will. Steve.
Yes. Hi, guys.
All right. They're going to see that in approximately 10 seconds.
Yeah, Steve, you should be working.
Nice. Okay, I'll keep us rolling. Duncan asks, when sending along a mix for mastering, what do you consider your job on the 2 mix or the surround? And what do you leave for the mastering engineer?
I leave nothing. The only thing I really leave, and it's more about matching levels and not making it crazy hot. I like the way it sounds when I'm finished, and so does the artist. And I've given it to a couple of mastering engineers where all of a sudden I don't know what song it is. Some of the younger mastering engineers feel that they need to put their imprint on somebody else's music. And it's always worked out bad for me. I've gone through younger mastering engineers that just leave me blank. I don't know what causes them to do what they're doing.
I love that you talked about working with Gavin. I think was it on the Eagles collection? What was it?
No, it was
no, the Steely Dan, right?
Toto.
Oh, all the Toto stuff. And it was something like, there better not be a compressor anywhere near this stuff, but that it actually worked out great, right? But I can't, I don't want Elliot Scheiner telling me that.
I think he used a little bit.
Yeah.
He did a great job.
Yeah. Yeah. And obviously you had a long relationship with Bob too.
Bob and I started together.
Yeah.
He's amazing.
Awesome. Okay. All right. I love this next one. This is from Lauren Passarelli. And Lauren asks, Elliot, have you seen some of the Puremix or Mix with the Masters videos? What are they leaving out? What are the recording specifics you find missing that are super important to you?
Hi, Lauren. I don't watch it. I never have. I feel not good about what they do. They make a lot of money and not really willing to offer anybody anything. And you're giving your knowledge, and that's good, and giving it to people who want it or who need it, but they're paying a lot of money to go there. And I was almost going to do, and then I got hit with this hematoma stuff, and it just didn't happen.
Yeah, I actually ended up having to cover that.
Oh, you did?
Yeah. Which I got to say, I think most of the people didn't come for me. They ended up, I got people coming for me, but a lot of the people who were coming to see you did not see me as a valid substitute, which I get.
And after that happened, I was willing to try it, And they never called me back after that. So I figured they weren't interested either.
Well, I don't know. I think anybody would be interested. It's
Hmm.
yeah, we'll talk.
Yeah.
Awesome. To let's see, to sort of like pivot on the conversation, what are some recording specifics that you think might be missing from education in general? Are there any holes that you see in say recording programs or anything like that? Any things that you feel should always be covered that maybe you don't see covered? Or
The one thing that nobody teaches that Andrew pointed out was ethics between yourself as an engineer or producer with the artist. You know, people forget you're like a soldier. You go in there to do a job for them. You know, your name's not on the record, their name is. You know, you want to help them as much as you can. And that's the biggest thing I find missing in schools. They just can't teach that. It might take, you just have to be there and have it happen, but you have to remember that it has to happen.
Did you have the young engineer moment? I mean, it sounds like Phil got the message across really, really fast. Like, okay, you're not talking during the session, which alleviates the possibility of doing the usual young engineer thing, I suppose.
Right. I did have one thing. Do you know Bones Howe?
Yeah, yeah.
Okay. One of my first dates when Phil wasn't there, I seconded for Bones in my first year. And he was producing The Fifth Dimension. And it was their big record. And he just finished recording tracks in LA with Blaine and what was the drummer's name?
Well, Hal Blaine, the drummer, right?
And bass player was
Carol Kay, or
no,
no,
the guy.
Oh, the chat will help us out. Don't ask me for names.
Okay, yeah. Well,
but anyway, them.
So yeah, them. So he comes working. I haven't met Bones before, and he says, "This is the master. Just go to the first cut on the reel." It was 8-track. And the entire record was on one reel because it was like 202 tape or 201. And so unfortunately, before the date, I went and got stoned with the film guy. And so I put up tape and I'm a Scully 8-track, and you had to rock that because the tension bar could possibly drop out. But because I was high, I just sit and rewind and I'm watching it and it's looking great to me. The leaders are paper leaders. And I never once tried to slow it down. It gets to one point and all of a sudden it pops out, the tension bar drops, and it stretches about maybe a foot of tape. There's no way it could be used. And right then and there, Bones didn't even look back. Bones got up and he walked out. And I thought he was walking out to get me fired. And I just sat there being stupid high and thinking, why did I do this? And about a half an hour later, he comes back in carrying outtakes. And he sees the song and he plays hand scratches a few bars before he is. He knew what was coming up and he cut it. He put the outtakes on and he cut that one bar or whatever it was, spliced it in and said, okay, go back to the first song. That's all he ever said. He didn't
Wow.
scream at me. It didn't do anything. And I hadn't seen Bones until about 98. And Bones walks into C at Capitol. And they said, hey, Bones is here. He wants to see you.
And you're thinking, oh,
in.
shit.
I'm going, oh, my God, Bones. And he came in, he gave me a big hug. We hadn't seen each other. And I said, Bones, I've been meaning to talk to you about one thing, and I never did. And he said, this has taken a long time. And it was all okay.
Well, so it took him that long to calm down enough to talk about it.
No, he was never angry.
Wow.
He just said, I don't do that. I never did that.
That's amazing.
I was always kind to people that worked with me. And he taught me from that day I needed to do the same. And I've always been kind with everybody.
I love that.
Except maybe Steve Jenwick.
Well, yeah, but he deserves it. So. I think it's a really interesting thing, though, because there are two very different kind of schools. There are the engineers who are very nice to the producers and the artists and treat the assistants like absolute shit. And there are the engineers who treat everybody the same. And I know which side of the fence I'm on. I'm not going to say anything about the people who don't necessarily think the same way as I do. But it is interesting how those two cultures are very much like things. Yeah. It's not an aberration,
Yeah, it is for an engineer, yeah.
And I think just like with parenting, how you come up is how you treat people as you come up. So
you're right.
I'm glad you had that experience.
I wish I hadn't.
Well, no, I mean, as opposed to the getting fired part,
Yeah,
it's really amazing.
But Steve in chat says, "Hey, you're supposed to be picking on George," he says.
Okay.
Who? What?
Steve Jenwick.
Jenwick. Supposed to be picking on George.
This is the problem with the live stream. It runs like so far behind that the jokes get out of sync.
Oh, okay.
So.
All right. Awesome. Okay.
I'm just looking to see if my cat brought somebody in. No. Okay. I don't think so.
That happens sometimes, Elliot.
Yeah, it's springtime.
These cats bring
springtime in the countryside, and the cats are just going nuts lately.
Really?
Yeah.
Gotten a mouse or two before. Okay. So Tony asks our next question, and he says, if memory fits me right, you once told me that you used an RE20 as room mics on Steely Dan, right? If I got this right, could you please elaborate a bit on this? Why did you choose those? Did you compress them? Were those used in the final mixes? How large and reflective was the room? Any particular song in mind that featured those more prominently?
And what were you wearing?
Really?
Specifically,
all at once.
Most importantly, what were you wearing? Yeah.
I never had much luck with room mics. I always found them to be
roomy?
Abrasive. Yeah, roomy for sure. But one day I was doing a Toto session, and I was using 57s for talk mics, and they were all on one fader, and I just bring them up, and all of a sudden they'd start playing, and they go, wow, these sound pretty decent. And I was always using condensers for room mics. And I went into Clinton to do Steely, and I put a couple of RE20s up, and they were just left. They put them up at places I said and left them at air level. And they sounded amazing. I mean, they sounded like it would be a good room. And I used them. Sometimes I did, sometimes I didn't. Like in other cases, Steely would want me to put two room mics right by the drums, sort of a semi-closed booth, and put two drum mics on the glass side and see what that would bring. And I don't think we ever used that. But yeah, I found that I think on Band of Horses, I did the same thing, put two room mics in there at ear level. I got that from Toto having the mics at mouth level. So I figured ear level would be fine.
Yeah.
And it was.
Yeah, those 57s all molted together into one preamp because the impedance goes crazy, and it's a great sound.
Yeah, it is. I don't use it on snare anymore. I used to. The greater part of my life, I used a 57.
And what are you using now? Because everyone's going to ask.
I saw Al do a date, and he used a 451, the one with the bend in the capsule. And the guy was playing backbeats, but he went to cross stick, and it was equal. There was no drop. Wow. It was amazing to me. And it's that mic. So that's what I'm using.
I think that's a common theme is I saw Al do it.
Yeah. Who better?
Yeah. Yeah.
Awesome. All right, let me just finish my reverb.com purchase for a pair of RE20s.
I think, look, RE20s and D112s get a really bad rap because they only see them on kick drums and bass amps. RE20s, you see them on, Tom York uses them for vocals quite a bit when he's playing piano, so they've had a little bit of a resurgence. But man, if you get D112s that haven't been beat up, they're amazing. They're great sounding mics.
I've been using an SM7 for vocals.
Thriller. Every Chili Peppers record ever made, SM7.
Yeah.
It's my snare mic of choice.
Oh, yeah?
Because it's that little bit tighter pattern, and also because the capsule is back inside that cage, you can't get too close to the drum. You're forced to have some air, which my mistake is always getting too close to the drum. So...
Good point.
Cool. All right. Next question is from Joaquin Bischoff, and he says, a mentor of mine told me once to always mix in surround, even if down mixed to stereo. What do you think of it?
Say that again?
A mentor of mine told me once to always mix in surround, even if it's being down mixed to stereo. What do you think of that?
I don't agree with that, Joaquin. First of all, I don't approve of down mixing or up mixing. Some guys will do stereos and up mix a 5-1, and when you don't put thought into what you're doing, it can't possibly be good. I've never heard of anything down mixed or up mixed that sounds great. So tell your friend he's wrong.
Tell him Elliot says. And he knows the big guys from making the movies with The Thing, and they'll show
What's
up at the
house.
Names? Awesome.
All right, couple more.
Yeah. Okay. Let's do this one. So Tony asks, first says, Nightfly is truly a masterpiece. Could you please tell us some more background information on the technical side of the production? There are many interviews about this album, but not many details. So he's wondering which exact desk it was, how long did it take? What reverbs did you use? Did you mix into a bus compressor? And what were you wearing?
Okay. It was done, all the consoles were Neves. They were 8078s. And there were quite a few. It was all done to a 3M Dig, and I don't remember the number. And we learned what was good, what wasn't good. It was mixed into a 3M 2-track or 4-track digital. And at that time, I used no bus compression, no EQ. I never did. I've since gone to, I use George's EQ occasionally for a little bit of top end zing. And I now use Neve 609 for compression, but I don't compress it much. I use it more for the sound of the box. I just like the way it makes sounds coming out of that. And I did that for 512 for a long time. Used George's and the Neve. But I really don't do much with it. I don't know what other technical stuff.
I mean, what reverbs would you have been using at that point?
On Nightfly, that was 81. I was using 140s.
Right, so still using the plates with a tape slap before, right? Pre-delay.
At A&R, I was. Most people wouldn't commit to that.
Right, but you'd still put a pre-delay.
So, yeah. It was all 140s. I don't know what else. It was simple back then.
Well, you make it simple.
No, it was just simple.
Right.
It was presented to me as being simple.
Right.
Hey, Mark, is George there?
I haven't seen him in the chat, but sometimes he uses a different name when he's being sneaky. I haven't seen him in there.
Well, we'll
see.
We'll
see if he pops up in the chat in a second. Yeah. Okay. Awesome. So our next question, this one actually for Andrew, this is from Stefan. Andrew, where may I find your modular compositions and/or music/film with some of your sound design?
The closest you will ever get to hearing my modular compositions is the 4 and soon to be 5 records from a band called Low Roar, which while we're making the records, I'm sort of a band member. So a lot of modular stuff on those. And there is talk of doing a record of modular stuff with the singer from Low Roar, but without any of the other instrumentation. And that's kind of in progress-ish. And there is also a band that I have with my daughter that has yet to record a note, but we own the domain name, and we are known as Death Flume. And the first album is Male Girlfriend. And that's all modular, and my daughter doing whatever she wants on top of it. But we have yet to record anything, but the band's been around for years.
Are you coming back here?
Well, eventually to visit. Yeah, but I'm not moving anytime soon. No, I love it over here.
Okay.
Yeah, but I got to get over and see my dad, who's out on Long Island, because, of course, I haven't been able to get there for a year.
Wow.
Which is not good.
How old's your dad?
He's in his 80s, but doing all right.
My dad's going to be 100 this year.
That's amazing.
Yeah.
Absolutely amazing.
Did I say that already?
Only to me pre.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's pretty great, though.
See, here, when you turn 100, you get a letter from the Queen. Do you get a letter from the president when you turn 100 in the States? He says asking like he's not American. I just don't know if that's a thing or not. But I know here you get a letter from the Queen.
I have no idea.
Right.
Have to let us know. We're also looking forward to the Andrew Talks to Awesome People featuring modular synth episode.
Well, I don't know when
where
that's
you
going to
interview
happen.
the synth.
I was just
Yeah.
thinking that the letter from the Queen at this point just says, well, you're only a little bit older than me, so don't think you're so special. That's what it says.
That's polite.
Yeah, well, she's a polite woman. I've seen The Crown. I know how she operates. I'm going to get deported.
Okay. We have two more questions in here, one of which we kind of touched on. So this is from Paul, and he asks, Elliot, do you have a specific way of approaching a mix, or does it change from song to song?
No, what Andrew and I talked about is what it is. I never change.
Awesome. Okay, and then the last question. This one comes from Maciej. Sorry if I'm mispronouncing. He says, hi, Elliot. Could sport really be a bigger love than music, or is it just that one needs multiple interests to keep in some as a hobby?
That's a good point. Yeah, I do think you need multiple interests. I mean, music is what I've always done, what I know, and is my first love. But you do need, there'll be the times like you don't have work and you need to do something. So for me, now in the summertime, I won't work at all just because I love baseball. I love making bats at one point. I love doing sound systems for cars. And, as an engineer, you never know when you're not going to have the work, when you're not going to be doing something and you need to have something else to do.
Well, here's another way to ask the question, and I'm trying to think of a way to ask it where it could actually be answered, and I think it's going to turn into one of these weird, stupid hypotheticals that could never happen. So would you rather go to see a World Series home game with the Mets or a Marvin Gaye concert?
Marvin. There
you go.
Fast answer, too.
Plus also, I mean, the fantasy of Mets back in the World Series is, But look, I was having this conversation with Carmen last week. Would you agree with me that the Mets have by far the best announcing booth in baseball, like maybe ever? Their TV booth.
They do?
You don't think so? With Gary and Keith and Ron? I could listen to those guys talk all day.
I don't like Gary.
Really?
Yeah.
Oh, fair enough. All right. Wow.
I like Ron and Keith.
But not Gary. Interesting.
Wait, are you watching games?
I haven't for a little while, but because I'm one of those obsessives that if I start, I have to watch all 162, so I can't do it. But what brought me back to, I got disinterested with baseball in the strike in the 90s, and then what brought me back was I decided I'm going to watch a Mets game, and hearing that booth got me back into it, actually, because I hated all the kind of Fox Sports booth, the kind of yelling at you the whole time sportscaster thing.
What they're doing now is like Ron and Keith are in one booth, Gary's in another booth, and when they're playing away, they're at Citi Field.
Oh, really?
Yeah, so you're seeing the game as it's being broadcast, and so are those guys, but you seem to know what just happened before they do.
Wow.
Yeah.
That's got to be weird.
It's very weird.
Is that a COVID thing?
Yeah.
Right. That's crazy.
Steve says 2 words, Vin Scully.
Nah, I'm not buying it, man. I'm sorry. I'm sorry, but I can't. I'm not.
Best. Steve Jenwick?
Yeah.
Yeah, he's right. Vince was one of the best.
One of the best.
Yeah, Mel Allen was one of the best. Red Barber was, in fact, Red Barber I think he had something to do with Vince going to Brooklyn.
And can we agree that Phil Rizzuto is not one of the
Yeah,
best?
yeah.
Funny as hell, should never have been in a booth, though.
No, he was gone by the seventh inning.
Yeah, but he checked out by the third. I just I'm only saying, again, this came up last week. I remember very distinctly watching a game with, I think, with my dad. I was not that old, and for some reason we're watching a Yankees game, and Phil missed a home run that he was supposed to be calling the game because he was talking to the other guys in the booth about coming over for a barbecue.
Oh my
Like,
God.
come on. And it's hilarious, but it's also while he was doing all the Phil Rizzuto for the Money Store ads.
Yeah, yeah.
Anyway, we digress. And that's a really weird way to end this, but I think
The chat room's asking where they can buy an Elliot bat.
A what?
an Elliot bat.
They would like to buy
and
an
I
Elliot
think
bat.
you've got family lurking, wondering why the hell you're still talking to me as well.
I have my wife.
Hello. We've taken up
Andrew,
a
your
lot of
cats
his
are
time,
doing the
but
same.
we're actually, we just finished.
Oh, okay. Then I'll let you finish.
All right.
So are we still on the air?
Yeah, we're still on the air right now. Yeah, usually I do this thing where I talk about how I'm going to mute our microphones and go to the thanks for watching screen, and we all wave and say goodbye. So should we do that now? Should we do? All right,
Keep waving.
let's do that. Okay, bye.
Bye.
Again, bye. Okay.